Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The western spiral tower of Hogwarts was a place of wonder and forgotten memories, a slender stone finger reaching toward the ever-changing sky. While most students traversed the grand staircases and bustling corridors of the castle's main halls, few ventured into this particular tower unless absolutely necessary. It stood apart from the rest of the castle, connected by a single windswept bridge that seemed to sway ever so slightly underfoot when the autumn winds blew in from the mountains. It was not that the West Tower was forbidden, it simply existed in a perpetual state of twilight, regardless of the hour outside its ancient windows. Soft amber light filtered through stained glass panels, depicting forgotten constellations, casting kaleidoscope patterns on the worn stone floors below. The air within was neither warm nor cool, but perfectly still, carrying the comforting scent of old parchment and dried lavender that grew wild on the window ledges. The stone steps wound upward in a gentle curve, each one worn smooth by centuries of footsteps that had long since faded into memory. Tiny blue flames flickered in wall sconces shaped like open books, illuminating the path just enough to make navigation possible, while maintaining the tower's dreamlike atmosphere. Those who did venture into the Western Tower often spoke of a curious sensation, the feeling that time moved differently here, stretching and compressing like a reflection in rippling water. Luna Lovegood, however, had always been drawn to places others avoided. She found beauty in the dusk motes that danced like miniature constellations in the tower's perpetual dusk, each golden speck suspended as if by invisible threads, swirling in lazy patterns that resembled ancient runes if one looked at them just right. Her radish earrings swung gently with each step she took, and the cork necklace around her throat, protection against nargles, she would explain to anyone who asked, seemed to pulse with a subtle warmth the higher she climbed. On this particular evening, as the rest of the school gathered for dinner in the Great Hall, clinking silverware and conversing in that pleasant hum of hundreds of voices blending together, Luna climbed the spiral stairs, her silver eyes wide and curious, trailing her fingers along the cool stone walls. The stones themselves seemed to respond to her touch, warming slightly beneath her fingertips, as if awakening from a long slumber. Her footsteps made almost no sound, cushioned by the soft leather of her shoes and the strange acoustics of the tower that seemed to absorb rather than echo noise. Luna wore her house robes loosely over a handmade sweater of periwinkle blue, the color catching the amber light in a way that made her appear almost luminous as she ascended. Her long blonde hair floated behind her like a pale banner, occasionally rising as if lifted by an invisible breeze, though the air in the stairwell remained perfectly still. She hummed a gentle melody under her breath, a lullaby her mother had once sung to her, the notes rippling outward and mingling with the tower's silence. "Hello," she whispered to the empty air, her voice carrying upward like a gentle breeze. "I've brought you something today." From her pocket, she withdrew a small bundle of lavender, tied with a pale blue ribbon. She placed it carefully on a window ledge, where the fading light caressed the purple blooms, releasing their soothing scent into the still air. Halfway up the tower, Luna paused, tilting her head as if listening to a distant melody. There it was, the sound that had first captured her attention weeks ago, a soft, lingering sigh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't mournful or distressing, but rather pensive, like someone caught in the gentle limbo between one thought and the next. "I hear you," Luna said softly, her words floating upward. "It's all right if you don't want to show yourself. Sometimes being unseen is more comfortable than being visible." The sigh came again, closer this time, accompanied by a subtle shift in the air, a coolness that brushed against Luna's cheek like a tender caress. She smiled, unafraid, and continued her ascent. At the topmost room of the tower, Luna found what she always found, a circular chamber with tall, arched windows that offered views of the misty mountains surrounding Hogwarts. The ceiling was enchanted, much like the one in the Great Hall, though here it displayed not the current sky, but rather the stars as they had appeared a century ago, twinkling softly against a canvas of deep indigo. In the center of the room stood an ancient writing desk, its surface bare except for a single quill that lay in perfect alignment with the edge. Luna approached with reverent steps, careful not to disturb the dust that had settled like the softest snow around the desk's carved legs. "I've been thinking about what you might need," Luna said conversationally, as if speaking to an old friend. "Professor Flitwick mentioned that creative spirits often struggle with finding the right words. Perhaps that's why you're still here." The sigh returned, stronger now, stirring the quill so that it rolled an inch toward Luna's outstretched hand. She watched it move with a serene smile on her face. "I thought so," she nodded. "It's not easy to find the perfect ending, is it? Especially for something that means so much." Muna settled herself cross-legged on the floor beside the desk, her robes pooling around her like liquid moonlight. From her satchel, she removed a small book bound in soft leather and placed it beside the quill. "These are some of my favorite poems," she explained to the empty air. "When I feel the nargles clouding my thoughts, these words help clear them away. Perhaps they might inspire you as well." As she opened the book, the dust in the room began to stir, not in a chaotic swirl, but in an elegant dance, gathering and taking form. The outline of a figure emerged, translucent and shimmering like morning dew on a spider's web. The ghost of a young woman, perhaps 17 or 18 when she had passed, formed before Luna. She wore the robes of Ravenclaw House, though they seemed woven from mist rather than fabric. Her hair fell in long waves around a face that was both present and absent, substantial and ephemeral. "You can see me," the ghost said, her voice like pages turning in a distant library. Luna nodded. "I've always found it easier to see things others miss." The ghost drifted closer, her form becoming slightly more defined. "No one has spoken to me in... I cannot remember how long." "That's quite all right," Luna replied. "Time moves differently for the living and those who have passed beyond. I'm Luna Lovegood." "Elara," the ghost whispered. "Elara Nightshade." Luna smiled. "That's a beautiful name. It sounds like it belongs in poetry." A hint of a smile touched Elara's translucent lips. "I was a poet, or at least I was trying to become one." Her form wavered, like ripples on a pond. "I used to come here to write. The tower holds the perfect balance between solitude and inspiration." "What happened?" Luna asked, her voice gentle with curiosity rather than pity. Elara drifted toward one of the windows, her form partially merging with the golden light of the setting sun. I was working on what I believed would be my masterpiece, a cycle of poems about the changing seasons at Hogwarts. Winter, spring, summer. I had captured them all in verse. But autumn? She turned, her ghostly eyes meeting Luna's. Autumn eluded me. I sought the perfect words, the perfect rhythm to convey its melancholy beauty. And so you lingered, Luna said softly, waiting for inspiration. Elara nodded, her form shifting with the motion. I came to the tower one twilight in September, determined not to leave until I had finished my autumn verse. I wrote through the night, discarding draft after draft. When morning came, I was still writing, and then I was not. You don't need to tell me how it happened, Luna assured her. The how matters less than the why. You're still here. Gratitude flickered across Elara's ghostly features. The others? The ghosts who roam the halls openly, they have accepted their state. But I cannot move on, cannot join the ongoing conversation of Hogwarts spirits until I finish what I began. Luna rose to her feet, approaching the writing desk. May I? She asked, gesturing to the quill. Elara nodded, drifting closer. With delicate fingers, Luna lifted the quill, feeling its weight. Surprisingly substantial for something that had remained untouched for so long. This was yours? Yes, Elara confirmed. A gift from my father when I received my Hogwarts letter. He told me to write my own story with it. A wistful sigh escaped her, stirring the pages of Luna's poetry book. I fear I've rather failed at that. Luna shook her head, her radish earrings swaying gently. A story doesn't need an ending to be beautiful, Elara. Sometimes the most powerful verses are those left unwritten, allowing the reader to find their own meaning. Elara's form brightened slightly, like moonlight breaking through clouds. That's a lovely thought, but her voice trailed off as her gaze fixed on something beyond Luna. Luna turned to find another student standing in the doorway of the circular chamber. He wore the blue-trimmed robes of Ravenclaw House, a prefect badge gleaming on his chest. His dark hair fell in gentle waves around a face that registered surprise but not fear at the sight of the ghost. I heard voices, he explained, stepping cautiously into the room. I didn't expect to find anyone here, let alone... He gestured toward Elara's translucent form. Hello, Edmund, Luna greeted him with a dreamy smile. This is Elara Nightshade. She's a poet. Edmund Chambers adjusted his glasses, peering at the ghost with curious eyes. I didn't know there was a ghost in the West Tower. Few do, Elara replied, her voice like distant wind chimes. I prefer solitude. Edmund writes poetry too, Luna offered. He won the Hogwarts Literary Prize last term. Surprise rippled through Elara's ghostly form. There's a literary prize now? Edmund nodded, entering the room fully now, his initial hesitation giving way to scholarly interest. It was established about 50 years ago by Professor Artemisia Lufkin. Have you been here longer than that? Elara drifted around the writing desk, her movements as fluid as water. Time passes differently when you're no longer bound by it, but yes, I believe it's been considerably longer. Luna returned to her cross-legged position on the floor, opening her poetry book once more. Elara is trying to finish her final poem, a verse about autumn at Hogwarts. She can't move on until she finds the right words. Edmund's eyes widened with understanding. So that's the sigh people hear. It's you, think. Elara's form flickered with surprise. People hear me? Sometimes, Edmund confirmed, setting his bag down and joining Luna on the floor. There are stories about the sighing spirit of the West Tower. Most students think it's just the wind, but a few of us have wondered. He glanced around the circular room with newfound appreciation. I've actually come up here to write myself when the common room gets too noisy. You have? Elara drifted closer, interest illuminating her translucent features. What do you write about? Edmund reached into his bag, withdrawing a leather-bound notebook embossed with the Ravenclaw eagle. Mostly observations about magical theory, but sometimes... He hesitated, a flush coloring his cheeks. Sometimes I try to capture the feeling of certain spells, how it feels to make something levitate, or to summon light from darkness. Elara's ghostly hand reached toward the notebook, but stopped short of touching it. May I see? Edmund opened the notebook, turning to a page filled with his neat handwriting. This one is about the moment a wand chooses its wizard. As Edmund began to read, his voice soft yet clear in the hushed chamber, something remarkable happened. The dust motes in the air began to glow, tiny sparks of golden light pulsing in rhythm with his words. Elara's form grew more distinct, the outline of her features sharpening as she listened, transfixed. Luna watched the transformation with her characteristic serene smile, as if witnessing exactly what she had expected to see. When Edmund finished reading, the golden particles slowly settled, some clinging to Elara's ghostly form, like stars against the night sky. That was extraordinary, Elara whispered. You've captured something essential, something beyond the mere mechanics of magic. Dee closed his notebook, his expression a mixture of gratitude and wonder. Thank you, that means a great deal, especially from another poet. Buna tilted her head, her silvery eyes reflecting the last rays of sunlight streaming through the windows. I think perhaps what Elara needs isn't inspiration for her own words, but to hear the words of others, to be reminded of the conversation she's been missing. Elara drifted toward one of the arched windows, gazing out at the mountains that had remained steadfast through centuries of changing seasons. Perhaps you're right, Luna. I've been so focused on finding my own perfect ending that I've forgotten the joy of beginning anew, of hearing fresh voices. Edmund opened his notebook again, turning to a blank page. Would it help to talk through your ideas? Sometimes, when I'm stuck, I find that speaking aloud helps me find the right path. For the first time, a genuine smile graced Elara's ghostly features, transforming her from a mere echo of the past into a present, engaged being. I would like that very much. As twilight deepened outside the tower windows, the three began a conversation that bridged the gap between living and dead, between past and present. Edmund shared more of his poems, while Luna read selections from her book of verses. Elara, growing more animated with each passing hour, began to recall fragments of her own work, lines and stanzas that had once flowed from her quill onto now-lost parchment. The autumn leaves dance not in joy, but in surrender, she recited, her voice growing stronger with each word, releasing their hold on branches that no longer need their protection. Edmund scribbled in his notebook, capturing Elara's words as she spoke them. Luna closed her eyes, swaying gently as if feeling the rhythm of the verse in her very being. The earth receives them not as fallen things, but as gifts, Elara continued. Each one a memory of summer's light, preserved in amber and crimson and gold. As she spoke, something extraordinary began to happen. Faint, luminous letters appeared on the stone wall behind her, glowing with a soft blue light. her words taking physical form in the world she had left behind, but never truly departed. Autumn teaches us the grace of letting go, the ghostly poet whispered, and the wisdom of carrying forward only what truly matters. The letters on the wall grew brighter, more defined, spreading across the ancient stones like gentle wildfire. Edmund and Luna watched in awe-struck silence as Elara's final poem wrote itself around them, wrapping the circular chamber in words that glowed like captured moonlight. When the last line appeared, Elara's form seemed to exhale, not in resignation but in peaceful completion. The sigh that had haunted the tower for so long transformed into something lighter, like the sound of a gentle breeze through autumn leaves. "It's finished," she said, wonder filling her voice. After all this time, Edmund stood, turning in a slow circle to take in the glowing words that now covered the walls of the chamber. "It's beautiful, Elara, truly beautiful." Luna joined him, her dreamy gaze following the flowing script. "Now everyone who comes to this tower will be able to read your words. You'll never be forgotten." Elara's form began to change, the edges that had been indistinct for so long growing sharper, more defined, while simultaneously becoming more transparent. "Thank you both," she said, her voice already sounding more distant, "for listening, for remembering, for helping me find my voice again." "Will you go on now?" Luna asked softly, without sadness or judgment. Elara considered this, her ghostly gaze moving from the glowing words on the walls to the two students who had helped bring them into being. "I think not quite yet. There are other poets at Hogwarts I should like to meet, other conversations I've missed. Perhaps I'll linger a while longer, not trapped, but choosing to remain." Edmund opened his notebook once more. "Would you mind if I copied your poem? I'd like to share it with Professor Flitwick and the other members of the Literary Society." "I would be honored," Elara replied, a ghostly hand reaching out to almost touch his shoulder. "Poetry is meant to be shared, after all." As Edmund carefully transcribed the glowing words, Luna approached one of the windows, looking out at the night sky that had deepened to velvet darkness while they worked. "The first stars are appearing," she observed. "We should probably return to our dormitories before curfew." Edmund nodded, closing his notebook after copying the final line. "Will you be here tomorrow, Elara? I could bring some of the poems from our last Literary Society meeting." The ghost smiled, her form now suffused with a gentle inner light that hadn't been present before. "I will be here. I think perhaps I'll always be here, in one form or another." Luna gathered her things, slipping her poetry book back into her satchel. "That's the wonderful thing about words," she said dreamily. "Once they've been spoken or written, they never truly disappear. They become part of the air we breathe, the spaces we inhabit." Elara's ghostly form drifted toward the writing desk, coming to rest beside the ancient quill that had been her companion through both life and death. "Until tomorrow, then," she said, her voice blending with the soft whisper of wind through the tower windows. As Luna and Edmund descended the spiral staircase, leaving Elara to her newfound peace, they noticed something remarkable. The tower, which had always existed in perpetual twilight, now held a different quality of light, softer, more luminous, as if the ghost's contentment had somehow transformed the very atmosphere of the place. The blue flames in the wall sconces burned brighter, their light reflecting off the stone walls in gentle waves that reminded Luna of the surface of the Black Lake on a calm spring morning. The very air felt lighter against their skin, carrying the subtle fragrance of ink and parchment and something else. Something that might have been lavender, but was sweeter, more ethereal, like the memory of a scent rather than the scent itself. Even the stones beneath their feet seemed warmer, as if the tower itself was awakening after centuries of dreaming. "Do you think she'll eventually move on?" Edmund asked as they reached the bottom of the stairs, preparing to part ways toward their respective dormitories. His voice was hushed, respectful of the tower's peaceful quiet. His footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor of the entrance hall, the sound mingling with the distant murmur of students making their way back to their common rooms after dinner. Muna considered this, her silver eyes reflecting the distant torchlight of the main corridor. She watched the dancing flames for a moment, her expression thoughtful yet serene. A gentle smile played at the corners of her lips as she twirled a strand of her pale blonde hair around one finger, a habit she had when contemplating something particularly interesting. "I think she'll stay as long as there are poems to hear and share," she finally replied, her voice melodic in the quiet hallway. "And when the time is right, she'll find her way forward. Ghosts remain because something holds them here. Unfinished business, unfulfilled desires, or sometimes simply love. Elara has found new purpose in sharing her poetry and hearing the words of others. That's a kind of love, isn't it?" Edmund nodded slowly, his dark eyes thoughtful behind his glasses. "I suppose it is, in a way. A love of language, of connection." He adjusted the strap of his bag, which was heavy with books and parchment. "I'm glad we found her," he added, adjusting his prefect badge that gleamed in the torchlight. "Or perhaps she found us." Luna smiled her enigmatic smile, her eyes seeming to focus on something beyond the visible world. "At Hogwarts, I find the most meaningful encounters happen when we're not looking for them," she said dreamily, her voice carrying just far enough for Edmund to hear. "The castle has a way of giving us exactly what we need, precisely when we need it. Have you ever noticed how staircases sometimes change direction when you're lost, leading you exactly where you need to go? Or how empty classrooms appear when you most need a quiet place to think?" The torches along the corridor flickered as if in agreement, their flames dancing higher for just a moment before settling back into their steady burning. A portrait on the wall nearby, an elderly wizard with a silver beard and kind eyes, nodded approvingly at Luna's words, before returning to his painted slumber. As they parted ways, the soft sound of a sigh floated down from the tower above, not one of longing or regret, but of contentment, of a spirit finding its purpose once again. The sigh in the spiral tower would continue, but now it would be a reminder of poetry's enduring power rather than a poet's unfinished work. In the days that followed, word spread among the students about the ghost of the West Tower, not in frightened whispers, but in curious murmurs that travelled from house to house, year to year, until it seemed everyone at Hogwarts knew of Elara Nightshade. Small groups began to make their way up the spiral staircase, drawn by the stories of glowing words on ancient walls and the gentle ghost who would listen to their own creative efforts with attentive grace. Hufflepuffs brought freshly baked treats from the kitchen, leaving them as offerings on the windowsills, though Elara could not partake of them. The gesture itself, the thoughtfulness of remembering someone long forgotten, seemed to strengthen her presence. Slytherins, initially skeptical, found themselves captivated by Elara's tales of ancient Hogwarts rivalries and her observations on the nature of ambition. Gryffindors brought their boldest compositions, often improvising on the spot, while the ghost watched with translucent eyes that sparkled with appreciation for their courage. But it was the Ravenclaws who came most frequently, their arms laden with books of poetry from ages past and present. They would sit in circles on the floor of the circular chamber, taking turns reading aloud while Elara drifted among them, occasionally offering a gentle suggestion or a word of praise. The blue and bronze of their house colors seemed to complement the tower's eternal twilight, creating a harmonious atmosphere where creativity flourished. Professor Flitwick, upon hearing Edmund's account, paid a visit himself, bringing with him a collection of magical verse from the restricted section of the library. The tiny charms professor was visibly moved as he entered the circular chamber, his eyes widening at the sight of the glowing words that covered the walls like luminous ivy. "Miss Nightshade," he squeaked, his voice filled with wonder and respect. "I believe I may have come across your name in the archives. Your essay on the arithmetic properties of iambic pentameter won the Rowena Ravenclaw Award for Academic Excellence in, was it 1872? Elara's ghostly form brightened with pleasure at being remembered. 1874, Professor. I'm honored that you would recall such an obscure piece of scholarship. Together, they spent hours discussing the finer points of magical theory as it related to creative expression, their voices blending in a scholarly duet that echoed through the tower. Professor Flitwick shared poems written in languages long dead and nearly forgotten, translating them with expert precision, while Elara recited verses from her own time that had never been recorded in any book. He emerged from the tower hours later with misty eyes and a smile that wouldn't fade for days, immediately seeking out Professor McGonagall to suggest that the West Tower be officially designated as a sanctuary for literary pursuits. The headmistress, after her own visit to meet this newly discovered ghost, readily agreed. Soon after, the West Tower became an unofficial gathering place for those seeking inspiration or a sympathetic audience for their creative endeavors. Comfortable cushions appeared one day, arranged in a circle beneath the glowing words. A small bookshelf materialized the next week, gradually filling with volumes of poetry donated by students and staff alike. A charmed gramophone arrived, courtesy of Professor McGonagall, occasionally playing soft classical music that complemented rather than disturbed the tower's peaceful atmosphere. During winter months, the blue flames in the wall sconces burned warmer, keeping the circular chamber cozy despite the snow that gathered on the tower windows. In spring, the windowsills bloomed with potted flowers tended by Professor Sprout herself, who found Elara's descriptions of Hogwarts gardens from centuries past invaluable for her own botanical research. Elara remained, no longer bound by her unfinished work but staying by choice, becoming a cherished part of Hogwarts' mystical community. Her form grew stronger, more defined, as more people acknowledged her presence and valued her contributions. The translucent quality of her appearance took on a pearlescent sheen that reminded some of moonlight on water, shifting and changing with her moods, but always beautiful, always gentle. The sighs that occasionally echoed down the spiral staircase became known not as sounds of regret, but as the gentle breathing of poetry itself, an exhalation of words waiting to be discovered, a reminder that some voices never truly fade away. Students learn to recognize the different qualities of these sighs. The soft, contented sound that meant Elara was listening to someone read, the slightly sharper intake that indicated she had heard something particularly moving, the musical exhale that preceded her own recitations. On rare occasions, usually during particularly beautiful sunsets or on nights when the stars seemed close enough to touch, visitors to the tower might hear Elara singing, a haunting, wordless melody that seemed to capture the very essence of nostalgia, the bitter-sweet beauty of remembering something beloved but long past. Those lucky enough to experience this phenomenon often spoke of it as one of the most profoundly moving experiences of their time at Hogwarts. Luna continued her visits, bringing fresh bundles of lavender and new poems to share. In the quieter moments, when the tower was empty save for the two of them, she would sit by the ancient writing desk, while Elara recounted tales of Hogwarts from a century past, stories of students and teachers long forgotten by all but this one gentle ghost who had observed them through the veil of time. And so, the west spiral tower of Hogwarts, once avoided and overlooked, became a sanctuary for dreamers and wordsmiths, a place where the boundary between past and present, living and dead, grew as thin and permeable as the pages of a well-loved book. The glowing words remained on the walls, sometimes shifting to reveal new verses as Elara continued to create, no longer trapped by perfectionism, but free to explore the endless possibilities of language. In time, new legends arose about the benevolent spirit of the tower, stories shared in whispered conversations over breakfast in the Great Hall or during late-night talks in common rooms across all 4 houses. Students spoke of how Elara would guide lost first years back to their dormitories on stormy nights, her gentle glow illuminating treacherous staircases and pointing the way when the castle seemed its most confusing. Others told of hearing a soft, encouraging voice when they sat alone in the library, struggling with particularly difficult essays, words of wisdom that seemed to come from the very air, guiding their thoughts toward clarity and insight. These whispers always came in the rhythm of poetry, the cadence of verse making even the most complex magical theories somehow easier to comprehend. The 7th year students, preparing for their NEWTX examinations, claimed that studying in the West Tower improved their retention and understanding, as if Elara's centuries of accumulated knowledge somehow infused the very atmosphere. Professor Vector, the arithmetic teacher, conducted a quiet study that seemed to confirm this phenomenon, though she could offer no scientific explanation for it. Perhaps most touching were the accounts of homesick students who would wake to find a single ghostly flower on their pillow, a bloom that wasn't quite physical but more than mere imagination, visible only to the recipient and lasting just until sunrise. These spectral blossoms carried the scent of lavender and ink, and those who received them reported sleeping more soundly thereafter, their dreams filled with comforting images of home. During the darkest nights of winter, when the Scottish winds howled around the castle and even the enchanted ceiling of the great hall showed nothing but swirling snow and impenetrable clouds, students spoke of hearing poetry echoing throughout the corridors. Elara's voice reciting verses about spring gardens and summer meadows, reminding everyone that darkness is only temporary, that light always returns in time. The house elves, usually so discreet about the castle's many secrets, spoke among themselves about the ghost who would visit the kitchens during the quietest hours before dawn, not to request food she couldn't eat, but to recite odes celebrating their tireless work and artistry. Several elves took to leaving tiny arrangements of herbs and flowers outside the entrance to the West Tower, offerings of thanks for being seen, for being acknowledged through the power of her words. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Elara Nightshade was the tradition that began one autumn evening when Luna arrived at the tower with a small silver bell. She hung it from the arch of the doorway leading to the circular chamber, its delicate chime breaking the silence as it swayed in the perpetual twilight breeze. "What's this for?" Elara had asked, curious about the new addition to her domain. Luna had smiled her dreamy smile, "So that even when no one is here, there will be music to accompany your words. Every poem needs a melody after all." From that day forward, visitors to the tower would ring the bell upon entering and leaving, its clear, sweet tone blending with the ambient sighs of inspiration that filled the air. And on particularly quiet nights, when the wind wrapped around the tower like a gentle embrace, those passing by below would sometimes hear the bell ringing on its own, accompanied by the soft voice of a ghostly poet, no longer lost but found, no longer silent but singing. The sigh in the spiral tower had transformed into something more profound, a reminder that even in death there can be growth and change and joy. Elara had learned what many living souls never grasp, that perfection is less important than presence, that endings matter less than the courage to begin again, and that sometimes the most beautiful poems are not those written in solitude, but those shared in the warm circle of understanding friends. As for Luna and Edmund, they carried the lessons of the tower with them long after they left Hogwarts. The knowledge that the most haunting ghosts are not those who frighten us, but those who remind us of our own unfinished business, our own unlived possibilities. They learned that helping others find their voice could be as meaningful as developing one's own, and that sometimes the greatest gift we can offer another soul is simply to listen to their story with an open heart. And somewhere in the west spiral tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a ghostly quill occasionally lifts of its own accord, capturing new verses on the ancient walls, words that will remain long after the living have departed, a testament to the enduring power of a voice that refused to be silenced by something as inconsequential as death. For in the end, what is a ghost but a story that continues to be told? And what is a poem but a ghost made of words, haunting us with its beauty long after the poet has moved on to compose verses in realms beyond our understanding? So if you find yourself climbing that spiral staircase one twilight evening, drawn by curiosity or creative longing, pay attention to how the air changes as you ascend, growing softer, dreamier, filled with possibilities that exist nowhere else in the castle. Notice how the stone beneath your feet warms to your presence, how the blue flames in their book-shaped sconces seem to burn more brightly as you pass, welcoming you into their gentle illumination. As you round the final curve of the staircase, you might catch your first glimpse of the glowing words that adorn the walls of the uppermost chamber. Elara's poetry, etched in luminous script that pulses gently like captured starlight. The letters may seem to rearrange themselves as you watch, forming new patterns, new meanings, as if the verses themselves are alive and evolving. Remember to ring the silver bell as you enter the circular chamber, its clear tone announcing your arrival and inviting conversation. The sound will ripple through the perpetual twilight, stirring the dust motes into dancing constellations that sparkle in shades of gold and silver. If you listen closely, you might hear the distant echo of other bells ringing in response, from where no one can say for certain. Settle yourself beside the ancient writing desk, perhaps running your fingers lightly over its worn surface, where centuries of poets have rested their arms while searching for the perfect word. Feel the smooth grain of the wood, polished by time and touch into something that seems almost alive beneath your hand. The quill that rests upon it may tremble slightly, as if eager to begin writing of its own accord. Close your eyes for a moment, letting the tower's peaceful atmosphere envelop you like a gentle embrace. Feel your breathing slow, your thoughts settle, as the perpetual twilight works its subtle magic on your consciousness. This is a place between places, a moment between moments, where time loses its rigid structure and imagination flourishes in the in-between spaces. And then, listen for the soft sigh that signals Elara's presence. A sound like pages turning in a distant library, like autumn leaves dancing on a gentle breeze, like the last echo of a bell tone fading into silence. It will come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the chamber with anticipation just before her ghostly form materializes beside you. She's waiting there still, this gentlest of Hogwarts ghosts, her translucent robes flowing around her in ripples that mimic the rhythm of her verse. Her eyes, though spectral, hold warmth and wisdom, accumulated through centuries of watching, listening, learning. Her smile, when it appears, transforms the tower's eternal twilight into something more like dawn. A beginning, rather than an ending. Elara Nightshade remains, ready to hear your words, to share her own, and to remind you that some conversations transcend the boundaries between life and death, between past and present, continuing across centuries like the most beautiful of unending poems. In her presence, you might find the courage to voice thoughts you've never spoken aloud, to explore ideas that have only existed as whispers in your mind. And as night falls outside the tower windows, as stars appear in the enchanted ceiling overhead, you may find yourself lost in the timeless exchange of thoughts and words and sighs, becoming part of the tower's long history, adding your own voice to the chorus that has sustained this gentle ghost through her afterlife. For what is poetry, if not a bridge between souls, a connection that remains long after the poets themselves have turned to dust or mist? The west spiraled tower waits, a sanctuary of words and wonder, where a forgotten poet found her voice again through the kindness of those willing to listen. Within its ancient walls, the boundaries between teacher and student, living and dead, past and present, fade away like morning mist, leaving only the pure communication of heart to heart, mind to mind, soul to soul. The endless conversation that is the true magic of Hogwarts Castle. The astronomy tower of Hogwarts stood like a silent guardian above the sleeping castle, its ancient stone walls bathed in the silver glow of a waxing moon. Unlike the busy corridors and common rooms below, the tower existed in a realm of quiet contemplation, a place where the veil between earth and sky seemed paper-thin. On clear nights like this one, the stars appeared close enough to touch, their light spilling through the arched windows and painting constellations across the curved stone floor. The scent of lavender drifted upward from the courtyard gardens below, carried on a gentle breeze that whispered through the open archways, stirring charts and parchments with the softest touch. Marcus Finley sat alone by the easternmost window, his astronomy textbook open but untouched beside him. The fifth-year Hufflepuff had come to the tower not to study the stars, but to escape the suffocating weight of his own thoughts. Sleep had been elusive for weeks now, his mind too crowded with worries about upcoming OL exhibitions, each night spent staring at the canopy of his four-poster bed, while his dorm mates' peaceful snores filled the darkness around him. Tonight, like many nights before, he had slipped from the Hufflepuff common room after curfew, drawn to the quiet solitude of the astronomy tower. There was something comforting about the vastness of the night sky, how it made his problems seem smaller by comparison. The tower itself seemed to exhale quietly around him, the ancient stones releasing the day's warmth into the cool night air. Marcus leaned his head against the cool stone of the window arch, his eyes tracing familiar patterns among the stars. The Pleiades winked at him from their celestial perch, while Orion stood guard over the forbidden forest, bow eternally raised. He knew he should return to his dormitory, should at least attempt to sleep before tomorrow's double potions lesson, but the thought of another night of restless tossing and turning kept him rooted to his spot by the window. As he sat there, struggling against the weight of his eyelids, a curious thing happened. The scent of lavender, which had been faint before, suddenly intensified, filling the circular chamber with its soothing fragrance. The air around him seemed to thicken, taking on a pearlescent quality, as if the moonlight itself had become tangible. And then he heard it. A soft humming, gentle as a lullaby, weaving through the silence of the tower. The melody was unfamiliar yet comforting, like a half-remembered song from early childhood. Marcus straightened, suddenly alert, his gaze searching the shadows of the tower for the source of the sound. At first, he saw nothing unusual, just the familiar silhouettes of telescopes and celestial models against the night sky. But as the humming continued, a figure began to take shape near the center of the room, forming not from smoke or shadow, but from the moonlight itself. A woman stood there, tall and slender, dressed in robes that might once have been midnight blue but now shimmered with an otherworldly silver luminescence. Her features were partially obscured by a delicate veil that floated around her face like morning mist over a still lake, its pale lavender hue catching the starlight. Through the translucent fabric, Marcus could make out kind eyes and the gentle curve of a smile. He should have been frightened. He knew he should have been, but fear was the furthest thing from his mind. Instead, he felt a profound sense of peace wash over him, as if he had stepped into a warm bath after a long day in the cold. The ghostly woman continued her humming, moving with graceful steps toward the large telescope at the center of the tower. Her movements were fluid, almost dance-like, as she adjusted the instrument with translucent hands, angling it toward a particular section of the night sky. "Hello?" Marcus ventured, his voice barely above a whisper. The humming paused. The veiled figure turned toward him, her movement causing her robes to ripple like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. "Hello, young one," she replied, her voice carrying the same melodic quality as her humming, soft and clear as a crystal bell. "It has been some time since I've had company during my observations." Marcus swallowed, finding his voice again. "Are you one of the Hogwarts ghosts? I don't think I've seen you before." The lady's laugh was like distant wind chimes. "I suppose I am, though I tend to keep to myself. The stars are company enough most nights." She glided closer to Marcus, her veil floating around her face in a way that defied natural movement. "I am Lady Celestia Blackwell, and you are—" "Marcus Finley, 5th year Hufflepuff," he replied automatically, the way students always did when addressing a professor. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Marcus Finley of Hufflepuff House," Lady Celestia said with a small bow of her head. "May I inquire as to what brings you to the Astronomy Tower at such a late hour? Your star charts appear woefully incomplete for someone engaged in serious study." Marcus felt a flush creep up his neck. "I couldn't sleep," he admitted. "I haven't been sleeping well for quite a while now." The ghostly lady nodded, as if this made perfect sense. The mind can be a restless companion, particularly when burdened with concerns. She drifted toward the window where Marcus sat, her form shimmering as she passed through a beam of moonlight. "The stars have always provided me with perspective when my thoughts become too tangled. They remind us that our troubles, while significant to us, are but brief flickers in the grand tapestry of the universe." As she spoke, she gestured toward the night sky with an elegant hand. Her words carried no judgment, only a gentle wisdom that made Marcus feel as though he could confide in her without fear of ridicule. "It's the Oa words," he confessed, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. They're coming up in a few months and I can't seem to remember anything I study. My parents are counting on me to do well. My father works for the ministry and he's always talking about how important good qualifications are. But every time I open a textbook, my mind just goes blank. Lady Celestia listened without interruption, her veiled face tilted slightly in a gesture of attentive care. When Marcus finally fell silent, she remained quiet for a moment, as if considering his words. The pressure of expectation can indeed be overwhelming, she said at last. During my time at Hogwarts, many centuries ago now, I too found myself paralyzed by fear of failure. She moved to the opposite side of the window, her form partially dissolving into the moonlight before re-solidifying. Would you care to hear a story, Marcus Finley? Sometimes the tales of others can illuminate our own paths. Marcus nodded, oddly eager to hear what this gentle ghost had to share. As Lady Celestia began to speak, her voice took on a rhythmic quality that seemed to blend with the natural sounds of the night. The soft hooting of owls from the forest, the distant rustle of leaves in the breeze. In life, I was an astronomer, she began, her translucent hand tracing patterns in the air that seemed to glow briefly before fading away. I came to Hogwarts as a professor in 1723, when women in such positions were rare indeed. The pursuit of knowledge was my passion, particularly the tracking of celestial bodies and their influence on magical phenomena. As she spoke, Marcus felt himself relaxing against the stone window arch, the tension in his shoulders beginning to unwind. There was something about Lady Celestia's voice that made each word feel like a gentle touch, smoothing away the sharp edges of his anxiety. I spent countless nights in this very tower, charting stars and comets, documenting the dance of planets across the heavens. My particular area of interest was the correlation between lunar cycles and the efficacy of certain potions, research that was considered rather revolutionary at the time. Lady Celestia drifted toward one of the tall telescopes, her ghostly fingers caressing the brass instrument with what appeared to be fondness. I was in the midst of what I believed would be my life's greatest work, a comprehensive guide to celestial-influenced brewing, when doubts began to plague me. Who was I to presume I could add anything of value to magical knowledge? What if my theories were proven wrong? What if, after years of research, my work amounted to nothing but folly? Marcus found himself nodding, the ghost's centuries-old insecurities mirroring his own with startling accuracy. B's fears grew so overwhelming that I ceased my observations entirely for a time, Lady Celestia continued, her veil rippling as she shook her head at the memory. I retreated to my chambers, surrounded by unfinished star charts and half-written manuscripts, paralyzed by the certainty of my own inadequacy. She turned back toward Marcus, the moonlight passing through her translucent form and casting lavender-tinted patterns across the floor. And then one night, much like tonight, I found myself drawn back to this tower, not to work, but simply to look upon the stars I had so loved. And do you know what I discovered, Marcus Finley? Marcus shook his head, completely absorbed in the ghost's tale. I discovered that the stars had continued their celestial dance without pause. They had not waited for me to chart their movements or analyze their significance. They simply existed, shining their light across unimaginable distances, indifferent to whether anyone was watching or not. Her voice grew softer, more intimate, as if sharing a precious secret. It was then I realized that true failure would not be in making mistakes or facing criticism. It would be in allowing fear to keep me from the work that brought me joy. As Lady Celestia's story concluded, Marcus realized that his breathing had slowed to match the gentle rhythm of her words. The knot of anxiety that had been coiled in his chest for weeks felt looser somehow, less constricting. "Did you finish your work then?" he asked, genuinely curious about what had happened to this ghostly astronomer's research. Lady Celestia's laugh was like silver bells in the distance. "Indeed I did. My celestial guide to potions and elixirs can still be found in the Hogwarts library, though I imagine it has gathered quite a bit of dust over the centuries." She drifted closer to Marcus, her veil shifting to reveal more of her face. Kind eyes set in aristocratic features, a mouth curved in a perpetual half-smile. "But more importantly, I returned to my passion, without allowing perfection to be the enemy of progress. That is the true victory I wish to impart to you." She began to hum once more, the same gentle melody Marcus had heard when she first appeared. As the tune filled the tower, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, not with the restless exhaustion he had endured for weeks, but with a peaceful drowsiness that promised true rest. "The hour grows late, young Hufflepuff," Lady Celestia observed, her voice now seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Perhaps you should return to your dormitory and allow sleep to find you at last." Marcus wanted to protest, to ask her more questions about her life and research, but he found himself yawning instead. "Will you be here tomorrow night?" he asked, gathering his textbook and parchment. The ghostly astronomer tilted her head, considering. "I appear most readily when the lavender blooms below and the moon is waxing," she replied. "But for those who truly seek knowledge and peace, I can sometimes be found on other nights as well." Her form began to grow more transparent, blending with the moonlight. "Sleep well, Marcus Finley. Remember that the stars will continue to shine whether you observe them or not. Your worth is not measured by your achievements alone." As Marcus made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room, careful to avoid patrolling prefects and the ever-vigilant Mrs. Norris, he felt lighter than he had in months. For the first time in weeks, when he finally lay in his four-poster bed, sleep came swiftly and without resistance, carrying him into dreams filled with lavender-scented starlight and the gentle humming of a long-forgotten lullaby. The next morning, Marcus awoke feeling refreshed, the details of his encounter in the astronomy tower crisp in his memory, despite the peaceful sleep that had followed. Throughout the day, even during the dreaded double potions with Professor Snape, he found himself humming Lady Celestia's melody under his breath, drawing curious glances from his classmates but unable to stop himself. After dinner that evening, as students dispersed to common rooms and the library, Marcus found himself lingering in the great hall, unsure whether he should attempt to return to the astronomy tower, or if his experience had been some sleep-deprived hallucination. "Something on your mind, my boy?" came a jovial voice from behind him. Marcus turned to find the fat friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, floating a few feet away, his transparent hands clasped over his substantial, ghostly belly, his face arranged in its usual benevolent smile. "Good evening, friar," Marcus greeted politely. "I was just thinking." The friar drifted closer, his form passing through the edge of the Hufflepuff table. "Thinking can be a dangerous pastime without proper guidance," he said with a wink. "Perhaps I might be of assistance? We Hufflepuffs must look out for one another after all." Something about the friar's kind question made Marcus decide to confide in him. "I met someone last night, in the astronomy tower. A ghost, but not one I've seen around the castle before. Lady Celestia, she called herself." The fat friar's translucent eyebrows rose in surprise, then settled into an expression of warm understanding. Ah, you've had the pleasure of meeting our celestial scholar. Lady Celestia doesn't often reveal herself to students. She's something of a solitary spirit, preferring the company of stars to that of the living or even other ghosts. He beamed at Marcus. You must have impressed her in some way, young Master Finley. Then she's real? She's really one of the Hogwarts ghosts? Marcus asked, relief flooding through him at the confirmation that he hadn't imagined the entire encounter. Oh, quite real, though perhaps not as present as some of us choose to be, the friar replied, gesturing to himself with a chuckle that set his ghostly robes quivering. Lady Celestia tends to appear only under specific conditions, when the lavender in the south courtyard is in bloom, and usually only during the waxing of the moon, something to do with the magical properties aligning properly, or so she claims. Astronomy was never my particular area of expertise, I'm afraid. Marcus absorbed this information with growing excitement. She told me she was a professor here, in the 1700s, that she wrote a book about astronomy and potions. The friar nodded enthusiastically. Indeed she did. Quite revolutionary work for its time. Celestia Blackwell was the first witch to properly document the correlation between lunar phases and potion efficacy. Knowledge that is now considered fundamental but was quite controversial when first proposed. His ghostly face grew more serious. Sadly, her life was cut short before she could complete all the research she had planned. A tragic brewing accident, if I recall correctly. The very field she had contributed so much to ultimately claimed her life. A pang of sadness struck Marcus at this revelation. That's terrible, he said softly. A life ends eventually, my boy, the friar replied, with the equanimity of one who had long since made peace with mortality. What matters is how we use the time we're given. Lady Celestia used hers in pursuit of knowledge and understanding. A noble endeavor indeed. His transparent eyes twinkled. And in death, she has found other ways to contribute. Throughout the centuries, students suffering from insomnia or anxiety have occasionally reported finding peace in the astronomy tower, lulled to sleep by a ghostly lullaby. Marcus felt a flush creep up his neck. She did help me sleep, he admitted. I've been having trouble with that lately, with Owalis coming up and everything. The fat friar nodded sympathetically. Examination stress has plagued students since Hogwarts first opened its doors. Lady Celestia seems to have a particular affinity for helping those whose minds are too restless for sleep. He leaned closer, as if imparting a great secret. Between you and me, I believe she continues her research even now, studying how dreams connect to the celestial realm. Those who listen to her lullabies often report the most extraordinary dreams, visions of places they've never been, yet feel intimately familiar with. I did have unusual dreams last night, Marcus recalled, remembering landscapes of impossible beauty, cities built among the stars, gardens where the flowers sang in harmony with the wind. They were peaceful, like visiting somewhere I belonged, even though I'd never seen it before. Precisely. The friar beamed. Lady Celestia has always maintained that dreams are gateways to understanding our place in the universe. In life, she never had the opportunity to fully explore this theory. In death, perhaps she has found new avenues of research. He patted Marcus on the shoulder, his ghostly hand partly through the boy's flesh and leaving a sensation like being doused in cold water. If you wish to speak with her again, I would suggest visiting the tower tonight. The lavender is still in bloom, and the moon remains in its waxing phase. Perfect conditions for an appearance from Our Lady of the Stars. With this advice in mind, Marcus spent the evening in the Hufflepuff common room, making a genuine effort to study for his upcoming charms examination. To his surprise, the material seemed less intimidating than it had the day before. Lady Celestia's words echoed in his memory. True failure would not be in making mistakes or facing criticism. It would be in allowing fear to keep me from the work that brought me joy. As the common room gradually emptied, students retiring to their dormitories one by one, Marcus packed away his books and parchment. When only a few seventh years remained, huddled in the corner with their NEW preparation materials spread around them, he slipped out through the round door and into the quiet corridors of the sleeping castle. The journey to the astronomy tower was more challenging this time. Mrs. Norris prowled the third-floor corridor, her lamp-like eyes gleaming in the darkness, forcing Marcus to take a detour through a dusty classroom. On the fifth floor, he had to duck behind a suit of armor to avoid Professor Sinistra, returning to her quarters after a late-night star-courting session with her seventh-year students. Despite these obstacles, Marcus eventually reached the spiral staircase that led to the astronomy tower. As he climbed the stone steps, he became aware of a familiar scent wafting down to greet him. Lavender, stronger than the night before, mingled with something else, perhaps vanilla or sandalwood, or a combination of fragrances he couldn't quite identify but found instantly soothing. The tower room was bathed in moonlight when he entered, the silver glow pouring through the arched windows and illuminating the circular space. The telescopes stood like silent sentinels around the perimeter, their brass fittings gleaming in the pale light. A gentle breeze stirred the star charts left on a table by students earlier that day, creating a soft rustling sound that blended with the distant hooting of owls. Lady Celestia was already there, her ghostly form more substantial than it had been the previous night. She stood by the eastern window, gazing out at the star-strewn sky, her lavender veil floating around her face in defiance of the natural movement of the breeze. She was humming again, that same haunting melody that had first alerted Marcus to her presence. "Good evening, Lady Celestia," Marcus said softly, not wanting to startle her, though he suspected very little could disturb the serenity of this spectral astronomer. She turned toward him, her movements fluid and graceful. "Marcus Finley," she greeted him, her voice carrying the same melodic quality he remembered. "You have returned to my tower. I trust you found restful sleep after our conversation." "I did," Marcus confirmed, moving to stand beside her at the window. "Thank you for that. It's been a long time since I slept so well." Lady Celestia inclined her head in acknowledgement. "The mind must be at peace before the body can truly rest. Your concerns were preventing that essential harmony." She gestured toward the night sky with a translucent hand. "Tonight, the stars speak of change and possibility. See there?" She pointed to a bright star near the horizon. "That is Arcturus, the Bear Guardian. When it aligns with the waxing moon as it does tonight, ancient astronomers believed it signaled a time of transition, of moving from uncertainty." Marcus followed her gaze, trying to see what she saw in the patterns of light against darkness. "I spoke with the fat friar about you today," he said after a moment. "He told me a little about your life and how it ended. I'm sorry about what happened to you." The ghostly professor's form shimmered slightly, like a reflection disturbed by a gentle ripple. "Death comes to all living things, Marcus Finley. Mine came perhaps earlier than I would have chosen, but it has provided me with opportunities I could not have foreseen." Her voice carried no bitterness, only a philosophical acceptance that spoke of centuries of contemplation. In life, I was limited to observing the stars from afar. In death, I have come to understand them in ways the living cannot comprehend. She turned fully toward him, her veil shifting to reveal more of her face than it had the previous night. Marcus could now see that she had been beautiful in life, with high cheekbones and intelligent eyes, though her features were softened by the translucent quality of her ghostly form. "The friar mentioned that you help students who can't sleep," Marcus said, "that your lullabies bring special dreams." Lady Celestia's laugh was like distant silver bells. "The good friar has always been fond of romanticizing my humble assistance," she said. "But yes, I find I can still contribute to the pursuit of knowledge in my own way. Dreams have fascinated me since my earliest days at Hogwarts, the manner in which they connect us to realms beyond our waking understanding, how they process the information our conscious minds cannot properly categorize." She drifted across the tower room, moving from window to window, as if checking the position of different celestial bodies. "In my research, I discovered that certain astronomical alignments create conditions where the veil between conscious thought and dreamscapes grows particularly thin. During these periods, properly guided dreams can provide insights that waking study cannot." Marcus watched her glide around the room, her robes and veil floating behind her like mist. "Is that what happened to me last night? Were you guiding my dreams?" "Guiding is perhaps too directive a term," Lady Celestia replied, pausing by the largest telescope. "I merely created favorable conditions. The journey itself was yours alone." She adjusted the telescope's position slightly with her translucent hands. "Would you care to look? Tonight's alignment is particularly significant." Curious, Marcus stepped forward and placed his eye to the eyepiece. Through the powerful lens, the star Lady Celestia had identified as Arcturus blazed with unexpected intensity, its light seeming to pulse with a rhythm that matched the ghostly astronomer's humming, which had resumed softly in the background. As he gazed at the distant star, Marcus felt a curious sensation washing over him, a warmth that spread from his chest outward, relaxing muscles he hadn't realized were tense. Lady Celestia's humming grew slightly louder, the melody weaving around him like a protective spell. "The ancients believed that Arcturus was a guardian," Lady Celestia said softly, her voice seeming to come from within Marcus's own mind rather than from the ghost standing beside him. "A protector of those lost in darkness, a guide to travelers seeking their way home. When aligned with the waxing moon, its influence is particularly potent for those struggling to find their path." Marcus continued to gaze through the telescope, mesmerized by the pulsing light of the distant star. As he watched, he had the strangest impression that he could see beyond the star itself into the vast cosmic ocean that surrounded it, where other worlds turned in their own cycles of day and night, seasons and years. "The universe is vast beyond comprehension," Lady Celestia continued, her voice taking on the quality of a gentle lecture. "And yet, each individual existence within it matters. Each life, each moment, each decision. Your concerns about your examinations are not insignificant, Marcus Finley, but they are also not the sum total of your worth." Slowly, Marcus drew back from the telescope, blinking as his eyes readjusted to the softer light of the tower room. "I think I understand," he said, turning to face the ghostly professor. "It's about perspective, isn't it? Seeing the bigger picture without dismissing the smaller one." Lady Celestia's smile was visible even through her veil, a gentle curve that transformed her dignified features into something warmer, more approachable. "Precisely. Perspective is perhaps the greatest gift the stars can offer us, the understanding that we are simultaneously insignificant in the grand cosmic scale and infinitely precious in our uniqueness. She drifted toward the center of the tower room, her form growing slightly more transparent as she moved away from the direct moonlight. Now, young Hufflepuff, I believe it is time for you to seek your bed. The hour grows late, and while knowledge is valuable, rest is essential. As if to emphasize her point, she began to hum once more, her melody more intricate than before, weaving through the tower room like visible strands of silver and lavender light. The sound wrapped around Marcus like a warm blanket, making his eyelids feel heavy despite his desire to continue conversing with this fascinating spirit. "Will I see you again?" he asked, fighting against the gentle tide of drowsiness that was washing over him. "For as long as the lavender blooms and your need remains, you may find me here," Lady Celestia replied, her voice blending seamlessly with her humming. "Though I hope, in time, that need will diminish as you find your own inner peace." Marcus wanted to say more, to thank her properly for the comfort she had provided, but found himself yawning instead. The melody was working its gentle magic, preparing him for the deep, restorative sleep that had eluded him for so long. "Good night, Lady Celestia," he managed to say as he turned toward the spiral staircase. "Thank you for sharing your wisdom." "Sleep well, Marcus Findlay," the ghostly astronomer replied, her form already beginning to fade into the moonlight. "May your dreams be filled with stars." As Marcus descended the tower stairs, the humming followed him, growing fainter with each step, but never quite disappearing. By the time he reached the Hufflepuff common room, it had transformed into a barely perceptible vibration at the edge of his consciousness, a gentle reminder of the cosmic perspective he had been granted. That night, his dreams were even more vivid than before, landscapes of impossible beauty, cities built among the stars, gardens where the flowers sang in harmony with the wind. But this time, there was something more, a sense of purpose, of potential paths stretching before him, each one valid, each one worthy of exploration. In the days that followed, Marcus continued his nightly visits to the astronomy tower. Each evening, Lady Celestia would share a different aspect of her celestial knowledge. The significance of planetary alignments, the ancient myths associated with various constellations, the subtle influence of cosmic forces on magical practice. Her teachings blended scientific observation with a deeper, more intuitive understanding of the universe's mysteries. And each night, as their conversation drew to a close, she would hum her gentle lullaby, preparing Marcus for dreams that grew increasingly insightful and restorative. The lavender scent that accompanied her presence seemed to linger on his robes, drawing curious comments from his fellow Hufflepuffs, but providing a constant reminder of the perspective he was gaining. Gradually, Marcus found his anxiety about the upcoming examinations fading into a more manageable concern. He studied with renewed focus, no longer paralyzed by the fear of failure, but motivated by genuine curiosity about the subjects. His professors noted the change, with even the usually dour Professor Snape raising an eyebrow at the marked improvement in his potions work. As the waxing moon reached its fullness, casting its maximum light through the tower windows, Lady Celestia's form grew more substantial than Marcus had yet seen it. Her robes shimmered with an almost tangible quality, and her veil, while still translucent, revealed more of her features than ever before. "The lavender begins to fade from the courtyard gardens," she observed as Marcus joined her by the eastern window. "Soon, I will return to my solitary observations until the next blooming cycle." A pang of sadness struck Marcus at the thought of no longer having these nightly conversations, these gentle transitions into dreamful sleep. "I'll miss our talks," he admitted. "They've helped me more than I can say." Lady Celestia's smile was gentle, understanding. All cycles have their periods of presence and absence, their times of waxing and waning. It is the natural order of things. She drifted closer, her lavender veil stirring in an unfelt breeze. "But know this, Marcus Finley. What you have learned will remain with you, as will the peace you have found within yourself. That is not dependent on my presence." She raised a translucent hand, gesturing toward the night sky. "The stars continue their dance whether we observe them or not. Your worth exists independent of recognition or achievement. Remember this when doubts begin to crowd your mind once more." Marcus nodded, understanding the truth in her words, even as he regretted the impending conclusion of their time together. "I will," he promised, "and I'll look for you when the lavender blooms again." Lady Celestia's form began to grow more transparent, blending with the moonlight that filled the tower. "One last gift before we part," she said, her voice already taking on the distant quality that suggested she was beginning to fade. "A lullaby to carry you through the challenging days ahead." And then she began to hum, but this time the melody was different, richer, more complex, containing harmonies that seemed impossible for a single voice to produce. As the sound filled the tower, Marcus felt a profound sense of peace washing over him, deeper than any he had experienced during their previous encounters. His eyelids grew heavy, but before they closed completely, he witnessed something remarkable. Lady Celestia's form dissolved entirely into mist, the lavender veil becoming indistinguishable from the moonlight that streamed through the tower windows. And in that mist, for just a moment, Marcus thought he could see images forming. Star maps of incredible detail, constellations he had never learned in astronomy class, celestial bodies moving in harmonious patterns that spoke of an underlying order to the universe. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in his four-poster bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory, the first light of dawn filtering through the round windows. For a disorienting moment, he wondered if he had dreamed the entire encounter, if Lady Celestia and her celestial wisdom had been nothing more than a manifestation of his exhausted mind. But the scent of lavender still clung to his robes, and when he closed his eyes he could still hear the echoes of her final lullaby resonating in his memory. More importantly, the peace she had helped him find remained, a calm center that he could return to when anxiety threatened to overwhelm him once more. In the weeks that followed, as the lavender in the courtyard gardens withered and the moon cycled through its phases, Marcus often found himself gazing up at the astronomy tower from the grounds below. Sometimes, on particularly clear nights when the stars seemed especially bright, he thought he could see a faint lavender glow in one of the tower windows, a gentle reminder that Lady Celestia continued her celestial observations, whether witnessed by living eyes or not. The Fat Friar, noticing Marcus's upward glances, would occasionally float over with a knowing smile. "She touched your dreams, didn't she?" the ghostly monk would ask, his transparent eyes twinkling with understanding. "Our Lady of the Stars has a gift for showing troubled minds their place in the cosmic order." And Marcus would nod, grateful for the confirmation that his experience had been real, that the gentle ghost in her lavender veil had indeed shared her wisdom with him when he needed it most. When the Awobble examinations finally arrived, Marcus faced them with a calm determination that would have been unimaginable months earlier. As he worked through complex potions questions and demonstrated intricate charm work, He carried with him the perspective Lady Celestia had imparted, that his worth existed independent of his achievements, that failure was not in making mistakes, but in allowing fear to prevent him from trying. Summer came to Hogwarts, bringing with it the end of the academic year and the departure of students for their holidays. On his final evening at the castle, as his fellow Hufflepuffs busied themselves with last-minute packing, Marcus slipped away to the astronomy tower one last time. The tower was empty of any ghostly presence, but the scent of lavender lingered faintly in the air, carried up from the new blooms that had begun to appear in the courtyard gardens below. Marcus stood by the eastern window, gazing out at the star-filled sky, finding the constellations Lady Celestia had taught him to recognize. "Thank you," he whispered to the empty air, knowing somehow that his words would reach their intended recipient. For the perspective, for the peace, for the dreams. And though there was no visible response, no ghostly figure materializing from the moonlight, Marcus felt a gentle warmth spread through him, as if invisible arms had wrapped around him in a comforting embrace. A barely perceptible humming seemed to emanate from the very stones of the tower, the opening notes of a lullaby that would follow him into dreams long after he had left Hogwarts behind. As he descended the spiral staircase for the final time that year, Marcus carried with him more than just the memory of a ghostly encounter. He carried the knowledge that somewhere in the ancient castle, in a tower bathed in perpetual twilight, a gentle spirit continued her eternal observations, humming lullabies that carried dreams within them, dreams of places never seen but somehow familiar, dreams that reminded troubled minds of their place in the vast, beautiful order of the universe. And in the years that followed, whenever sleep proved elusive or doubts crowded his mind, Marcus would close his eyes and recall the scent of lavender, the sound of a ghostly humming, and the comforting words of the lady in the lavender veil. "The stars continue their dance whether we observe them or not. Your worth exists independent of recognition or achievement." In those moments, peace would find him once more, carried on the memory of a lullaby sung by a ghostly astronomer who had found in death a way to continue the work that had brought her joy in life, bringing comfort to troubled minds and guiding them toward dreams filled with starlight and perspective. The third-floor corridor of the East Wing held secrets that Hogwarts herself seemed to have forgotten. Unlike the grand halls and bustling classrooms that formed the heart of the castle, this particular passageway existed in a state of gentle abandonment, not forbidden, simply overlooked as the school had expanded and evolved over centuries. Thick Persian carpets, their intricate patterns faded to whispers of their former glory, muffled footsteps along the corridor's length, ornate wooden panels lined the walls, punctuated by portraits whose subjects had long ago wandered off to more frequented parts of the castle, leaving behind empty frames draped in velvet shadows. The air here moved differently, carrying the soothing scent of old books and lavender furniture polish, untouched by the usual aromas of potions and spellwork that permeated the rest of the school. It was a place where time itself seemed to slow, stretching moments into peaceful eternities. Oliver Whitby had discovered this forgotten corridor entirely by accident. The second-year Ravenclaw had been seeking a quiet place to read after finding the library unusually crowded with fifth years preparing for their OWL examinations. His wandering feet had carried him up unfamiliar staircases and through doorways he'd never noticed before, until he found himself in this peaceful passageway where even the dust seemed to drift with purpose and dignity. For the past few weeks, Oliver had returned whenever he could, drawn by the corridor's tranquil atmosphere. He had explored several of the rooms that branched off from it, Former classrooms and studies, most of them empty save for sheet-draped furniture and bookshelves containing outdated texts on obscure magical theories. Each space had its own character, its own story told through the items left behind and the marks on the walls. But none had captured his imagination quite like the room at the very end of the corridor. It was a modestly sized chamber, with a ceiling enchanted to display a perpetual twilight sky, stars just beginning to emerge against a canvas of deep blue. 2 tall windows looked out over the forbidden forest, their diamond-petted glass rippling with age, creating dreamlike distortions of the landscape beyond. A faded Persian rug covered most of the floor, its once vibrant blues and golds now soft and muted. Bookcases lined the walls, interspersed with portraits of scholarly-looking wizards and witches, who occasionally peered curiously at Oliver before returning to their eternal reading. In the center of the room stood a large oak table, its surface inlaid with a star chart in silver and mother of pearl. Several high-backed chairs surrounded it, their velvet cushions bearing the imprints of countless scholars who had sat there over the centuries. The air in this room was different from the rest of the corridor, slightly cooler, with an underlying scent that reminded Oliver of the sea, though Hogwarts was nowhere near the coast. But it was what stood in the corner, partially hidden behind a heavy brocade curtain, that had drawn Oliver back day after day. He had discovered it during his second visit, when a stray beam of evening sunlight had caught on something metallic behind the draped fabric. Curiosity piqued, he had drawn back the curtain to reveal a mirror, not the ornate, claw-footed mirror of Erised that Harry Potter had supposedly discovered during his first year. This was something altogether different. It stood about 7 feet tall, in a simple frame of dark wood, unadorned save for a single line of script carved around its edge in a language Oliver couldn't decipher. The mirror's surface was unlike any he had seen before, neither perfectly reflective nor entirely opaque, but something in between, like looking through a window of silver fog. On that first day, Oliver had stood before it, expecting to see his own reflection. A slight boy with unruly brown hair and eyes perpetually wide with curiosity behind round spectacles. Instead, the misty surface had swirled and shifted, revealing only the vaguest suggestion of faces that seemed somehow familiar, yet just beyond the reach of recognition. He had stared, transfixed, until the setting sun had left the room in darkness, forcing him to return to his dormant. Now, on a quiet Sunday afternoon with rain pattering gently against the windows, Oliver sat cross-legged on the floor before the mirror once more. The other students were occupied with a Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, leaving the castle blissfully quiet for those who preferred books to broomsticks. Oliver had brought a stack of reading material with him, but it lay unopened beside him as he gazed into the mirror's cloudy depths. As always, shapes began to form in the mist, indistinct at first, then gradually taking on more definition. A woman's face emerged, elderly but kind, with laugh lines around her eyes and silver hair pulled into a loose bun. Oliver felt his breath catch. There was something so familiar about her, a tugging at his memory like the echo of a half-forgotten melody. "Gran?" he whispered, the word falling from his lips before he could consciously form the thought. The face in the mirror seemed to brighten, the features becoming slightly clearer. A gentle smile curved the woman's lips, and Oliver felt a sudden rush of memory. The smell of cinnamon and cloves, a cozy kitchen, the feel of gnarled but gentle hands guiding his own as he rolled out cookie dough. His grandmother, his father's mother, who had passed away when he was only 4. He had no photographs of her, and his father rarely spoke of her, the loss still too painful even after all these years. "I remember your cookies," Oliver said softly, reaching out to touch the mirror's surface. It felt cool beneath his fingertips, not quite solid. Used to let me lick the spoon. The image rippled slightly and his grandmother's smile widened. Another figure began to take shape beside her, a tall man with a beard and kind eyes that matched Oliver's own. Grandpa? Oliver hadn't even known his grandfather was dead until he was 7. When he'd asked his father why the man in the one family photo they had never came to visit, his father had simply said he was gone, and Oliver had been too young to understand the gentle evasion. As he stared at the two figures in the mirror, more details surfaced from the depths of his memory. His grandfather's deep laugh, the smell of pipe tobacco that clung to his sweaters, the model trains he would enchant to run along tracks that wound through their entire house at Christmas. "Do you remember now?" came a voice, soft and warm as freshly baked bread. Oliver started, nearly toppling backward. Within the mirror, a third figure had appeared, standing slightly behind his grandparents. It was a man, though Oliver could not guess his age. There was something timeless about his appearance, his face simultaneously youthful and ancient. He wore robes of a style Oliver had only seen in very old paintings, midnight blue with silver embroidery along the hems. His eyes were warm and kind, crinkled at the corners as if he smiled often. "Who are you?" Oliver asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The figure in the mirror tilted his head slightly. "That is not the important question, young Ravenclaw. The important question is, do you remember?" Oliver glanced back at the images of his grandparents, which had grown clearer with each passing moment. I think so. At least, more than I did before." The mysterious man nodded, seemingly pleased. "Memory is a curious magic, perhaps the most powerful and most fragile magic of all. We think we forget, but nothing is truly lost, merely misplaced, waiting to be found again." As he spoke, the images of Oliver's grandparents began to move, no longer static like photographs, but animated like wizard portraits. His grandmother reached out as if to touch his cheek, her eyes filled with love. His grandfather placed a hand on her shoulder, his smile proud and gentle. "Theseus loved you very much," the mysterious man said. "That, I think, is worth remembering." Oliver felt a lump form in his throat, a curious mixture of sadness and joy washing over him. Are you a ghost?" he asked, noticing for the first time that the man had a slightly translucent quality, even within the already misty surface of the mirror. The figure smiled, the expression transforming his face into something radiant. "After a fashion, I am what remains of someone who once walked these halls, who discovered what this mirror could do and chose to remain with it, to help others find what they've misplaced." "Patient, what is this mirror? I've never read about anything like it." "It has had many names over the centuries. Some called it Memoir's glass, others the Remembrance mirror. I prefer to think of it as the mirror of half-remembered names, for it shows those whose names sit just at the edge of memory, whose faces have begun to blur with time, but who have never truly left us." The ghostly figure gestured toward Oliver's grandparents, who continued to gaze at their grandson with expressions of unmistakable love. "It cannot bring back the dead, nor does it show one's deepest desire like its more famous cousin. It's simply... remind..." Oliver sat quietly for a moment, absorbing this information. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, providing a soothing backdrop to the extraordinary conversation. Outside, a distant cheer suggested the Quidditch match was reaching its climax, but here in this forgotten room, Time seemed to stand still. "Why did you choose to stay with the mirror?" Oliver finally asked. The ghostly man's expression grew thoughtful. "In life, I was a scholar of memory magic. I spent decades researching ways to retrieve lost memories, to protect minds from the ravages of time and trauma. When I discovered this mirror, or perhaps when it discovered me, I found it contained magic more powerful and profound than any spell I had created." He spread his hands in a gesture that encompassed the entire room, "And so, when my time came to leave this world, I chose instead to remain connected to the mirror, to guide others to the memories they need most." "You help people remember things they've forgotten?" "Not things, young Ravenclaw. People. Connections. Moments of love and kindness that shape us in ways we don't always recognize." The ghost's eyes were kind but serious. "Objects are easily replaced, but the touch of a grandmother's hand, the sound of a grandfather's laugh, these are treasures beyond price, too precious to lose entirely." As if in response to his words, the image of Oliver's grandfather in the mirror raised his hand in a familiar gesture. A small wave that Oliver suddenly remembered was their special goodbye ritual from when he was very young. The memory bloomed in his mind with startling clarity, standing at a window watching his grandfather walk down the garden path after a visit. That small wave exchanged between them like a secret code. "I had forgotten that," Oliver whispered, raising his own hand to return the wave before he could stop himself. "But now you remember," the ghost said softly, "and in remembering, you keep a piece of him alive within you." The images of his grandparents began to fade slightly, their forms growing more transparent as the mirror's surface shifted, swirling like fog disturbed by a gentle breeze. New shapes began to emerge from the mist. Children playing in what looked like a garden, their laughter silent but somehow perceptible. "Who were they?" Oliver asked, leaning closer. "Look carefully," the ghost encouraged. "Their names are within your reach if you try." Oliver squinted, focusing on the laughing children. There were 3 of them, 2 boys and a girl, playing some kind of chasing game around a large oak tree. As he concentrated, the image grew clearer, and a flash of recognition struck him. That's me," he said in surprise, pointing to the smallest boy. "And that's Michael and Sarah, from the Muggle school I attended before Hogwarts." The names had come to him suddenly, surfacing from depths he hadn't known his memory possessed. "We used to play together every day, but when I got my Hogwarts letter," he trailed off, understanding dawning. "I never said goodbye to them properly. I just didn't return after that summer." The ghost nodded, his expression gentle. "Transitions often leave loose threads. The mirror shows what the heart wishes to resolve, what the mind wishes to preserve." Oliver watched the children play, memory upon memory returning with each passing moment. Building a fort in Michael's backyard, sharing sandwiches with Sarah when she forgot her lunch. The 3 of them making plans for adventures they would never have, once magic called Oliver away. "I wonder what happened to them," he mused aloud. "Perhaps someday you will find out," the ghost replied. "But for now, is it not enough to remember the joy you shared?" Oliver considered this, watching his younger self laugh with friends he had nearly forgotten. Yes, he decided. It is enough. The children in the mirror continued their silent play, their movements acquiring the slightly dreamy quality of treasured memories. Oliver felt a curious lightness in his chest, as if by remembering these forgotten connections, he had somehow expanded inside. "Will the mirror Show me anyone I've forgotten, he asked, curious now about what other memories might be hidden in the mists of his mind. The ghost shook his head. Not anyone. The mirror has its own wisdom, its own purpose. It shows what you are ready to remember, what you need most to reclaim. He gestured toward the fading images of the children. Sometimes it will show those you've lost to death, like your grandparents. Sometimes those you've lost to circumstance, like your childhood friends. But always it shows connections that have shaped you, that have left their mark upon your heart. As he spoke, the mirror's surface shifted again, the playing children dissolving back into silver mist. For a moment, the fog swirled without forming any distinct images, and then a new face began to emerge. This one was more difficult to make out, as if the memory it represented was particularly distant or fragile. Oliver leaned forward, straining to see. It was a woman, young but with an air of quiet dignity. She had dark hair pulled back from her face and eyes that seemed somehow familiar, though Oliver could not place her. Unlike the previous visions, this one evoked no immediate flash of recognition, no name springing to his lips. "I don't know who that is," he admitted, glancing at the ghost for guidance. The spectral figure studied the image with a thoughtful expression. Some memories lie very deep indeed, accessed only when the mind and heart are truly ready. Perhaps this is one such memory, beginning to stir, but not yet fully awakened. Oliver continued to stare at the indistinct face, willing some recognition to come, but the image remained tantalizingly vague. After a few moments, it began to fade, returning to the mirror's misty surface. "Will I ever know who she was?" Oliver asked, feeling strangely disappointed. "If it is important that you remember, then yes. In time the memory will surface," the ghost assured him. "The mirror does not create false memories, nor does it show what cannot be recovered. It merely guides the mind toward what has been temporarily misplaced." Outside, the rain had stopped, and the quality of light filtering through the windows had changed, suggesting the afternoon was waning. From somewhere in the distance came the sounds of students returning to the castle, their voices raised in animated discussion of the Quidditch match. "I should go," Oliver said reluctantly, gathering his unread books. "It'll be dinner soon." The ghost nodded in understanding. "The mirror will remain, as it has for centuries. You may return whenever memory calls to you." As Oliver stood, preparing to leave, he paused. "You never told me your name," he said to the ghost in the mirror. The spectral figure smiled, the expression both ancient and youthful. "Names, like memories, can be forgotten, misplaced, transformed by time. Mine has been all of these things." His form began to fade slightly, blending with the silver mist of the mirror's surface. "But if it would comfort you to have a name to call me, you may call me Professor Callahan. It is how I was known during my time at Hogwarts." "Thank you, Professor Callahan," Oliver said, feeling it was important to express his gratitude, "for helping me remember." The ghost's smile deepened, touching his eyes with warmth. "Remember, young Ravenclaw, nothing loved is ever truly lost. It merely waits to be found again." With those words, the ghost faded completely into the mirror's misty surface, leaving only the swirling fog behind. Oliver stood for a moment longer, absorbing all he had experienced, then carefully drew the brocade curtain back over the mirror and made his way out of the room. As he walked down the forgotten corridor, his mind was filled not with sadness for what he had lost, but with the warm glow of recovered connections. his grandparents' love, the friendship of his childhood playmates, and even the mysterious woman whose identity remained just beyond his grasp. Each memory felt like a small treasure restored to him, making him somehow more complete than he had been before. The days that followed were busy with classes and homework, but Oliver found himself returning to the mirror whenever he could spare an hour. Sometimes Professor Callahan would appear to guide his remembering. Other times, Oliver would sit alone before the mirror, watching as faces emerged from the mist, each one triggering cascades of memory that enriched his understanding of himself and his past. He learned not to force the process, to allow the mirror to reveal what he was ready to see. Some days it showed him people, a kind neighbor who had taught him to play chess when he was 6, a cousin who had visited only once, but had left him with a precious shell collection, a former teacher whose patience had helped him overcome his fear of arithmetic. Other days, it showed him places, a seaside cove where his family had once vacationed, a treehouse he had helped his father build, a corner of his primary school playground where he had first discovered he could make flowers bloom in winter. With each visit, the mysterious woman's face grew slightly clearer, though her identity remained elusive. Oliver began to notice details, a pendant she wore, the specific way she tucked her hair behind her ear, the gentleness of her gaze. Something about her eyes reminded him of his own, but the connection continued to hover just beyond his understanding. One afternoon, as October gave way to November and the first snow dusted the grounds of Hogwarts, Oliver arrived at the mirror room to find he was not alone. A girl sat cross-legged on the floor before the uncovered mirror, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. He recognized her as Eleanor Benson, a third-year Hufflepuff who was known for her skill with plants and her typically sunny disposition. Oliver hesitated in the doorway, uncertain whether to leave her to her privacy or offer some comfort. Before he could decide, she sensed his presence and turned, hastily wiping her eyes. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, her voice still thick with tears. "I didn't know anyone else knew about this place." "It's all right," Oliver replied, taking a few steps into the room. "I found it by accident a few weeks ago. Are you okay?" Eleanor glanced back at the mirror, her expression a mixture of sorrow and wonder. "I don't know. I found this mirror yesterday when I was exploring. It shows my brother." Oliver moved closer, sitting down beside her at a respectful distance. "Your brother?" She nodded, fresh tears welling in her eyes. "He died last year. Dragonpox. He was only 7. She took a shuddering breath. "We had no pictures of him smiling near the end. He was too sick. But the mirror shows him healthy, laughing, the way he was before he got sick." Oliver looked toward the mirror, but from his angle, he could see only the swirling mist, not whatever image Eleanor was seeing. "It's the mirror of half-remembered names," he explained softly. "It shows people you're in danger of forgetting, helps you remember them more clearly." Eleanor wiped her eyes again, her gaze fixed on what only she could see. "I was so afraid I would forget what his laugh sounded like, how his eyes crinkled when he smiled. Our parents put away all his pictures. It hurts them too much to see them. But I don't want to forget, not even the smallest detail." "You won't," came a gentle voice, and Oliver was not surprised to see Professor Callahan materializing in the mirror, his spectral form standing beside the image of Eleanor's brother. "The mirror helps recover what seems lost, but the memories are yours, safely preserved within you." Eleanor gasped, startled by the ghost's appearance. "Who are you?" "A guide, of sorts," Professor Callahan replied with his gentle smile. someone who helps travelers find their way back to what matters most. He's Professor Callahan, Oliver added. He's been helping me remember people too. Eleanor studied the ghost with a mixture of curiosity and lingering sadness. Can the mirror bring my brother back? Professor Callahan's expression was kind but serious. No, dear child. Nothing and no one can truly return those who have crossed beyond the veil. But the mirror can help ensure that your memories of him remain vivid and true, that the essence of who he was lives on in your heart. But it hurts, Eleanor whispered, fresh tears trailing down her cheeks. Remembering hurts so much. Yes, the ghost agreed, his voice filled with compassion. Memory can bring pain as well as joy, but consider, would you rather feel that pain or feel nothing at all? Would you rather remember your brother with all the love that makes loss difficult, or allow his memory to fade until he becomes merely a fact, a name without a face? Eleanor was quiet for a long moment, contemplating this question as she gazed at her brother's image in the mirror. Finally, she shook her head. No, I want to remember everything, even if it hurts. Professor Callahan nodded approvingly. Then the mirror has served its purpose. It does not trap you in the past, but helps you carry it forward into your future, transformed from loss into legacy. Oliver watched as Eleanor reached out to touch the mirror's surface, her fingers leaving momentary impressions in the mist before it swirled back to smoothness. He looks so happy, she said softly. Just like he used to be. Remember him that way, Professor Callahan encouraged. Let that be the image you carry with you. Not his illness, not his absence, but the joy he brought into the world during his time here. Eleanor nodded, a small smile breaking through her tears like sunshine through rain. I will. She turned to Oliver. Thank you for telling me about the mirror. It helps, knowing what it is, why it's showing me these things. You're welcome, Oliver replied, feeling a strange sense of connection with this girl he barely knew. They had shared something profound, the experience of the mirror, the guidance of Professor Callahan, the recovery of precious memories. You can come back whenever you need to. The mirror will be here. As will I, added Professor Callahan, his form beginning to fade slightly into the mirror's mist. For as long as there are memories to recover, names to remember, connections to restore. As November deepened toward winter, word of the mirror spread quietly among a small circle of students, not through deliberate sharing, but through the curious way that Hogwarts itself seemed to guide those in need to the forgotten corridor. Oliver would occasionally arrive to find others sitting before the mirror, their expressions ranging from wonder to tears to peaceful contemplation. Sometimes he joined them, sharing what he knew of the mirror's purpose and Professor Callahan's guidance. Other times, sensing the private nature of their remembering, he would quietly withdraw, returning later when the room was empty. Professor Callahan appeared for each visitor, his ghostly wisdom tailored to their specific needs. For some, he was a teacher, explaining the nature of memory and its preservation. For others, he was a comforter, acknowledging the pain of loss while encouraging the healing power of remembrance. For all, he was a guide, helping them navigate the complex landscape of memory with gentle skill. Through these encounters, Oliver learned that each person saw something different in the mirror's depths. A seventh-year Gryffindor recovering from a Quidditch injury saw his great-grandfather, whose stories of resilience and courage had shaped his childhood. A quiet Slytherin girl who rarely spoke in class saw her best friend from the Muggle world, left behind when she discovered her magical heritage. A professor, wandering the castle late one night, found the mirror and saw a mentor long forgotten, whose words of wisdom had set them on their academic path. The mysterious woman in Oliver's visions continued to appear, her features gradually becoming clearer with each visit. By mid-December, as the castle prepared for the Christmas holidays, he could make out the exact shade of her eyes, a warm brown with flecks of gold, and the way one corner of her mouth lifted slightly higher than the other when she smiled. Still, her identity eluded him, hovering just beyond the reach of full recognition. On the last day before the Christmas break, Oliver visited the mirror room once more. Snow fell gently outside the windows, transforming the forbidden forest into a winter wonderland of white frosted trees and sparkling drifts. The room was peacefully empty, the rest of the school busy with last-minute packing and holiday preparations. As Oliver settled before the mirror, the mist swirled immediately, forming the now familiar face of the mysterious woman. But this time, something was different. She was not alone. A man stood beside her, his arm around her shoulders, his expression one of quiet pride and happiness, and in the woman's arms was a baby, wrapped in a blue blanket, its tiny face just visible among the folds. Oliver stared, a strange sensation building in his chest, a knowing that hadn't come from thought, but from somewhere deeper, more instinctive. "Mom?" he whispered, the word feeling foreign on his tongue. "Dad?" The figures in the mirror seemed to brighten at his words, their features becoming sharper, more defined. The woman, his mother, smiled. Her eyes, his eyes, he realized with a shock, crinkling at the corners, just as his did. The man nodded encouragingly, his posture radiating the same quiet strength that Oliver associated with his father. "I don't understand," Oliver said, looking around for Professor Callahan. "My parents are alive, they're at home. I just got a letter from them yesterday." The ghostly professor materialized beside the family group, his expression thoughtful. "The mirror shows what is in danger of being forgotten, young Ravenclaw, not necessarily those who have passed beyond the veil." "But I haven't forgotten my parents," Oliver protested, confusion evident in his voice. "Perhaps not as they are now," Professor Callahan agreed. "But as they were then? When you were that small, when they were that young? Those versions of them drift toward forgetting with each passing year, replaced by new memories, new versions." Oliver looked back at the image. His mother, looking barely out of her teens, her face unmarked by the lines that now creased her forehead when she worried. His father, his hair still thick and dark, not yet streaked with the silver that had appeared after years of ministry stress. And the baby, himself, new to the world, held in the protective circle of their love. "I don't remember this at all," he admitted. "Few remember their earliest days," Professor Callahan said gently, "but those days shape us nonetheless. The love that welcomed you into the world, that cradled you through your first moments. It forms the foundation upon which all later experiences are built." As the ghost spoke, Oliver noticed something else about the image in the mirror. Behind his parents stood other figures, slightly less distinct but unmistakable. His grandparents, younger than in his previous visions but with the same loving expressions. And there were others too, faces he recognized from family photographs, relatives he had never met but whose stories he had heard throughout his childhood. "It's like a family tree," he said, understanding dawning, "but alive, connected." Professor Callahan nodded approvingly. "Very good. You see not just individuals but the web of relationships that created you, that continues to shape you even now. The ghost gestured toward the image. This is what the mirror has been helping you recover. Not just faces and names, but your place within a continuing story. A narrative of belonging that stretches backward through time and forward into the future. Oliver sat in silence for a long moment, absorbing this insight. The mysterious woman in the mirror, his mother as a young woman, smiled at him with a love that transcended time, that connected the baby in her arms to the boy sitting before the mirror, bridging the years with an unbroken thread of belonging. "Do you remember now?" Professor Callahan asked softly, his customary question taking on new depth in this context. "Yes," Oliver replied, feeling the truth of it resonate through him. Not the specific moment, but the connection, the belonging. He looked up at the ghost, a new question forming. "Is that why you stayed with the mirror? To help people remember that they belong?" Professor Callahan's expression grew reflective, his ghostly features softening with memory. "In life, I studied memory because I feared losing my own. My mother suffered from a malady that stole her memories piece by piece until she no longer recognized even those she loved most dearly. I sought to create a spell that would prevent such loss, that would preserve the connections that give life its meaning." The ghost drifted closer to the mirror's surface, his form becoming more distinct as he did so. "I never found that spell, but I did discover this mirror, created by a wizard far more skilled than I, who understood that memory is not merely a function of the mind, but of the heart as well. When my time came to pass beyond the veil, I chose instead to remain with the mirror, to guide others to the remembrances they most needed." "Don't you ever wish to move on?" Oliver asked, curiosity overcoming his usual reserve. To whatever comes next?" Professor Callahan smiled, the expression illuminating his ghostly features from within. "Who says I have not? The part of me that remains here is but a fragment, a purpose given form through the mirror's magic. The greater part of who I was has indeed gone on to what comes next." His form began to fade slightly, blending with the mirror's mist. "Think of me as an echo, if you will. A helpful echo, preserving what was valuable from a life devoted to memory." Oliver considered this explanation, finding a certain comfort in the idea of this benevolent fragment remaining to guide others long after the soul itself had moved on. "Will you always be here?" he asked. "With the mirror? For as long as the mirror exists and memory needs guidance," Professor Callahan confirmed. "But you, young Ravenclaw, will not always need to seek me out. The mirror has shown you what you needed to recover, the connections that root you in belonging, the faces and names that have shaped your story. Carry them with you, and you carry a piece of the mirror's magic wherever you go." The ghost's form continued to fade, becoming one with the swirling mist. The image of Oliver's parents and infant self remained, however, clear and vibrant in the mirror's surface. Oliver studied them, committing every detail to memory. The exact shade of his mother's hair, the pattern of his father's favorite sweater, the tiny hand that reached out from the blue blanket, grasping at the air with the instinctive trust of a newborn. "Thank you, Professor," Oliver said, rising to his feet, "for helping me remember." Though the ghost had disappeared entirely, his voice seemed to linger in the air, warm and reassuring. "Nothing loved is ever truly lost. It merely waits to be found again." As Oliver prepared to leave the room, drawing the brocade curtain carefully over the mirror, he made a decision. When he returned home for the Christmas holidays, he would ask his parents about those early days, about the people and places that had shaped his beginnings. He would listen to their stories with new attention, recognizing them not just as tales from the past, but as living connections that continued to influence his present and future. The forgotten corridor seemed less forgotten as he walked its length one last time before the holidays. The portraits, which had been empty during his first visits, now contained curious faces that nodded to him as he passed. The air felt warmer, more vibrant somehow, as if the act of remembering had awakened the very stones of this neglected wing. Outside, the snow continued to fall, each flake unique, yet part of a greater whole, just as each memory existed both individually and as part of the tapestry of a life. Oliver made his way back to the bustling main corridors of Hogwarts, carrying with him not just the recovered images from the mirror, but a deeper understanding of memory itself, not as a mere record of the past, but as a living connection to all that had shaped him and all that he might yet become. And somewhere in a forgotten room at the end of an overlooked corridor, behind a heavy brocade curtain, the mirror of half-remembered names waited patiently for the next seeker of lost memories, its surface swirling with silver mist, ready to reveal the faces whose names sit at the tip of the tongue, whose love forms the foundation of belonging, whose memory transforms absence into presence, loss into legacy, forgetting into remembering once more. Few places in Hogwarts remain truly undiscovered, for the ancient castle seemed to enjoy revealing its secrets to those who needed them most. Yet some spaces existed in the in-between, not quite here, not quite there, accessible only under the most particular circumstances, when the castle itself deemed it appropriate. Such was the curious corridor that appeared on certain drowsy afternoons behind the kitchen's giant copper pots, visible only when the house elves were taking their afternoon rest, and the sunlight slanted through the high windows at precisely the right angle. The passage wasn't marked on any map, not even the famed Marauder's map that supposedly revealed all of Hogwarts' hidden corners. It manifested as a gentle shimmer in the air, like heat rising from summer-warmed stones, easily mistaken for nothing more than dust motes dancing in the light, unless you happened to be watching very carefully with eyes that believed in the possibility of the impossible. Milo Abbott and Pippa Whittaker, both first-year Hufflepuffs still learning the meandering ways of the castle, had discovered the corridor entirely by accident. They had been seeking a quiet place to practice levitation charms, away from the scrutiny of their peers, having both struggled with the spell during Professor Flitwick's class. The kitchen seemed a perfect refuge. The house elves were always welcoming to students who showed them proper respect, and there was the added benefit of potential snacks to fuel their practice session. But upon their arrival, they had found the kitchen in an unusual state of calm. The great fires were banked to glowing embers, and the normally bustling house elves were curled in small nooks and crannies, wrapped in tea towels and dozing peacefully after the morning's labours. Not wanting to disturb their well-deserved rest, Milo and Pippa had tiptoed through the kitchen, planning to find another practice spot. That's when Pippa had noticed the shimmer beside the enormous copper soup pot that hung at the far end of the kitchen. At first, she thought it was steam, but the pot wasn't currently in use. She tugged on Milo's sleeve, pointing silently, and the two of them had watched as the shimmer seemed to pulse gently. "Do you think it's magic?" Pippa had whispered, her blue eyes wide with curiosity. Milo, whose family had been wizards for generations, had rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "We're at Hogwarts. Everything is magic." Despite his casual response, he too was intrigued. Together they had approached the shimmering air, and to their amazement discovered that they could step through it like passing through a waterfall made of light. One moment they were in the kitchen, and the next they found themselves in a narrow corridor with walls of rough-hewn stone that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it. Now, for the third time that week, they were making their way down this mysterious passage, their footsteps falling silently on the stone floor. The air here was neither warm nor cool, but perfectly comfortable, carrying a faint scent of cinnamon and something else. Something wild and electric, like the air before a summer storm. Small bluish lights drifted lazily along the ceiling, providing just enough illumination to navigate by. "Do you think we'll find it again?" Pippa whispered, though there was no real need to keep her voice down in this sound-swallowing corridor. Milo nodded, his curly brown hair bouncing with the movement. "The castle keeps showing us the way. I think it wants us to find it." The "it" they referred to was what they had discovered at the end of this corridor on their first accidental visit. A sight so unexpected, so contrary to everything they had been told about Hogwarts, that they had initially thought they must be dreaming. As they rounded the final bend in the corridor, the passage opened up into a circular chamber with a high domed ceiling painted with constellations that slowly shifted and realigned themselves, mimicking the actual night sky, but at a pace visible to the watching eye. The chamber itself was empty of furniture, but the emptiness was deceptive, for the true wonder of the room was not on the floor, but suspended in the air above. Floating about 10 feet off the ground was what could only be described as a nest, an impossible, gravity-defying collection of pillows, cushions, old blankets, and assorted oddments, all swirling gently in a slow, clockwise rotation. Strands of half-melted candles hung from its edges, their flames burning in impossible colors, electric blue, soft violet, and a pink so deep it was almost red. Within this floating fortress of comfort, barely visible amidst the chaotic collection of fabrics and trinkets, was the most unlikely occupant imaginable. Peeves the poltergeist, fast asleep. Peeves, the terror of Hogwarts corridors, the bane of caretaker Filch's existence, the cackling menace who dumped water balloons on unsuspecting first years and wrote rude words in glowing ink on the ceilings. Peeves, who never seemed to rest, never ceased his manic energy, never stopped plotting his next disruptive prank. Yeah, he was. Curled up like a child, his normally manic expression softened in slumber, emitting soft, musical snores that sounded almost like fragments of half-remembered lullabies. "He's still here," Pippa whispered in wonder, her gaze fixed on the sleeping poltergeist. "Just like last time." Milo nodded, equally entranced by the sight. It wasn't just Peeves himself that fascinated them, but what happened around him as he slept. As they watched, tiny illusions began to form in the air around the floating nest. Miniature manifestations apparently conjured by the poltergeist's dreams. A tiny rubber duck waddled through the air, leaving ripples behind it as if swimming through an invisible pond. A portrait frame materialized, containing a landscape that turned slowly upside down, the painted trees reaching down instead of up, their leaves fluttering in an unfelt breeze. A teacup the size of a thimble appeared, grew a pair of googly eyes, and began singing a nursery rhyme in a high-pitched burbling voice. "It's like his dreams are leaking out," Milo observed softly, watching as the rubber duck quacked silently at the singing teacup. Pippa settled herself cross-legged on the stone floor, tilting her head back to observe the gentle chaos unfolding above them. "I wonder why Peeves needs to sleep at all. He's not alive, is he? Not like us." Milo joined her on the floor, considering the question. Professor Binns said in History of Magic that poltergeists aren't exactly ghosts. They're more like manifestations of chaos and mischief, created by all the wild energy of generations of magical children in one place. "So he's like the spirit of Hogwarts mischief?" Pippa suggested, watching as a tiny knight no taller than her pinky finger appeared, mounted on a toad instead of a horse, charging valiantly toward the duck, only to veer off at the last moment with a silent wail of dismay. "I guess so," Milo agreed. "But even chaos needs to rest sometimes, I suppose." Above them, Peeves shifted slightly in his slumber, and the rotation of his floating nest slowed momentarily before resuming its gentle spin. A new sound joined his musical snores. A soft humming that seemed to emanate not from the poltergeist himself, but from the very air around him, as if the chamber was singing a lullaby to its unusual occupant. The two first years sat in comfortable silence, watching the dream illusions appear and disappear above them. There was something oddly soothing about witnessing this secret side of the castle's most chaotic inhabitant. Peeves, who spent his waking hours in frenetic motion, was utterly still in sleep, his rest as deep and peaceful as that of any exhausted child. "We should probably go soon," Milo said eventually, though he made no move to stand. "Someone might notice we're missing." Pippa nodded reluctantly. "Just a few more minutes? This is the most peaceful place I found in the whole castle." It was true. Despite the floating objects and miniature chaotic scenes playing out above them, the chamber had a tranquility that was almost tangible. The sound-absorbing walls, the gentle rotation of Peeves' nest, the soft humming in the air, all combined to create an atmosphere of profound restfulness, as if the normal concerns of the world couldn't quite reach them here. As they continued to watch, a new illusion formed above Peeves' nest, a tiny recreation of the Hogwarts Great Hall during Christmas, with miniature floating candles and a perfect little Christmas tree decorated with ornaments no bigger than dewdrops. Diminutive figures moved around the tables, their features too small to distinguish individually, but their movements conveying joy and celebration. "I think he's dreaming about Christmas," Pippa whispered, her expression softening. "I never thought Peeves would care about something like that." "Maybe he likes it because of all the opportunities for mischief," Milo suggested, though his tone was thoughtful rather than dismissive. "All those decorations to rearrange, mistletoe to drop on people's heads." But even as he offered this explanation, they both sensed there might be more to it. The little scene had a wistfulness to it, a gentle nostalgia that seemed at odds with Peeves' usual manic energy. The tiny figures danced and celebrated, and above them, a miniature version of Peeves himself floated, watching the festivities with what appeared to be genuine joy rather than mischievous intent. Before they could discuss this further, a new presence made itself known in the chamber. Neither of them had heard anyone approach. The sound-absorbing walls saw to that. But suddenly there was someone else with them. Someone who hadn't entered through the door. The Grey Lady, ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, hovered near the chamber's edge, her translucent form glimmering in the soft light of the floating candles. Unlike many of Hogwarts' ghosts, she rarely spoke to students, preferring to drift silently through the castle's corridors, lost in her own ancient thoughts. Yet here she was, her normally distant expression softened as she gazed up at the sleeping poltergeist. Milo and Pippa froze, uncertain whether they were about to be scolded for being somewhere forbidden. But the Grey Lady didn't seem angry at their presence. Instead, she glided closer, acknowledging them with a slight inclination of her head before returning her gaze to Peeves' floating nest. "Has slept here since the castle was young," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet perfectly audible in the hushed chamber. "Even chaos must find stillness sometimes." It was more words than most students ever heard from the reserved ghost, and Milo and Pippa exchanged surprised glances before responding. "We didn't mean to intrude," Pippa said softly. We found this place by accident." The Grey Lady's smile was as faint as morning mist, but unmistakably present. "Hogwarts reveals its secrets to those who need them, or to those it trusts. Perhaps both in your case." Milo glanced up at the sleeping poltergeist, then back to the ghost. "Has Peeves always been at Hogwarts? Like, since the beginning?" "Nearly so," the Grey Lady replied, her voice taking on a quality that suggested memories stretching back through centuries. "He formed gradually as the castle filled with young witches and wizards, their magic and mischief giving him shape and purpose. In those early years, he was little more than a feeling, a prickle of mischief down one's spine, an unexplained giggle echoing in an empty corridor." Pippa leaned forward, fascinated by this glimpse into the castle's history. "So he's sort of part of Hogwarts itself?" "In a manner of speaking," the ghost agreed. "Just as the moving staircases and the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall are expressions of the castle's magic, Peeves is an expression of the collective joy and mischief of countless magical children. But unlike those other manifestations, he developed consciousness, personality, and a rather unfortunate fondness for practical jokes. Despite her dignified demeanor, there was a glint of something almost like amusement in the Grey Lady's translucent eyes. "But if he's made of magic and mischief, why does he need to sleep?" Milo asked, returning to their earlier question. The Grey Lady considered this, her form drifting slightly closer to Peeves' nest. "Everything needs balance, young Hufflepuff. Day and night, sound and silence, chaos and order. Peeves embodies chaos during his waking hours, constant motion, noise, disruption, but without some counterbalance he would eventually dissipate, become too scattered to maintain his form." She gestured toward the sleeping poltergeist with a graceful, translucent hand. "In sleep, he gathers himself back together, renews the energy that sustains him, dreams not of pranks and disorder, but of belonging, of celebration, of being part of the life of the castle rather than merely its disruption." Above them, as if responding to her words, the dream illusion of the Christmas feast grew slightly larger, more detailed. The tiny figures resolved into more distinct forms, students and teachers from different eras of Hogwarts history, judging by their varied styles of robes and hats. Some wore the pointed hats still favored by older wizards, while others sported styles that had been popular centuries ago, and there was Peeves in the center of it all. Not pelting the celebrants with food or water balloons, but simply being part of the festivity, accepted and included. "He remembers them all," the Grey Lady said softly. "Every student, every teacher, every celebration and sorrow that has passed through these halls. Though he shows it strangely, Peeves loves Hogwarts and its inhabitants, in his own chaotic way." Pippa and Milo watched the dream scene with new understanding, seeing past the surface chaos of Peeves' usual behavior to something deeper and more complex. The poltergeist was ancient, they realized, older than any living being at Hogwarts, with memories stretching back to the castle's earliest days. "We won't tell anyone about this place," Pippa promised, suddenly looking up at the Grey Lady. "It wouldn't be right. Everyone deserves somewhere they can rest without being disturbed." The ghost studied her for a moment, then inclined her head in gracious acknowledgement. "Your discretion honors you, young Hufflepuff. Not all secrets are meant to be shared, particularly those that reveal vulnerability." "But," Milo began, then hesitated, looking uncertain. "Isn't it sad that Peeves spends most of his time causing trouble when really he wants to belong? The Grey Lady's expression grew thoughtful. Is it sad when the wind sometimes blows fierce and cold, only to gentle into a summer breeze, when the sea crashes against the shore, only to retreat in gentle ripples? Peeves is what he is, a being of chaos and mischief. That is his nature, his purpose. Yet even within that nature there is room for rest, for dreams, and yes, for belonging. She drifted closer to the floating nest, and to the children's amazement, she reached out a translucent hand and lightly touched one of the hanging candles. Its flame brightened momentarily, shifting from violet to a soft silvery blue that matched the ghost's ethereal glow. We ghosts understand Peeves better than the living do, she continued, her voice growing softer. We too exist in the in-between, neither fully here nor fully gone. The Baron scolds him, Nick despairs of him, and the friar attempts to reform him, but we all recognize him as kin of a sort. A different kind of echo, but an echo nonetheless. Above them, Peeves stirred slightly in his sleep, his snores shifting from musical notes to something that sounded almost like words, fragmented, nonsensical, but with the cadence of speech. The dream illusion of the Christmas feast dissolved, replaced by a new scene, a spiral staircase that seemed to stretch upward endlessly, its steps covered in something slippery and brightly colored. The Grey Lady shook her head, a faint smile touching her lips. Ah, planning his next prank, even in sleep. Some things never change. Milo checked his watch, a sturdy timepiece that had belonged to his grandfather, and his eyes widened. Pippa, we should really go. Herbology starts in 15 minutes. Pippa nodded reluctantly, gathering her bag as she stood. Will we be able to find this place again? She asked the Grey Lady. The ghost considered the question. The castle reveals its secrets according to its own wisdom. But I suspect that, should you truly need this sanctuary again, you will find your way back. She gestured toward the sleeping poltergeist. He will remain undisturbed by your presence, so long as you maintain the chamber's peace. Thank you, Pippa said sincerely, for trusting us with this. The Grey Lady inclined her head once more, her form already beginning to fade. Trust once given must be maintained through action. Remember your promise. And then she was gone, melting into the air like morning mist before the sun, leaving Milo and Pippa alone with the sleeping poltergeist and his drifting dream illusions. They made their way quietly to the chamber's entrance, pausing for one last look at the floating nest with its unlikely occupant. Above it, the dream staircase had vanished, replaced by a shower of tiny luminescent stars that rained down in slow motion, evaporating into sparks of light before they reached the nest itself. It's beautiful, Pippa whispered, in a weird, Peeves sort of way. Milo nodded in agreement. Do you think he knows we found his secret place? Maybe on some level, Pippa suggested, but I don't think he'll mind, as long as we're respectful. With that thought, they slipped out of the chamber and back into the sound-absorbing corridor, which seemed to lead them back to the kitchen more quickly than it had brought them to Peeves' sanctuary. The shimmering portal deposited them beside the giant copper pot just as they'd entered, though now the kitchen was beginning to stir back to life, with house elves emerging from their napping spots and stretching their spindly arms above their heads. As they made their way through the increasingly busy kitchen, Milo and Pippa exchanged thoughtful glances, both processing what they had seen and learned. Peeves the poltergeist, the embodiment of chaos and mischief, had a peaceful side that few had ever witnessed. The Grey Lady, typically so aloof and silent, had shared wisdom and history with them. Hogwarts itself had revealed one of its hidden spaces, trusting them with a secret that wasn't meant for casual discovery. Later that day, as they hurried between classes, they caught a glimpse of Peeves in his usual form, zooming through the third-floor corridor, cackling madly as he lobbed water balloons at a group of startled third years. Water splashed everywhere, students shrieked in surprise, and Professor McGonagall's voice rang out in stern reprimand from around the corner. But Milo and Pippa, ducking behind a suit of armor to avoid the watery crossfire, found themselves exchanging small smiles rather than looks of annoyance. They saw beyond the chaos now to the ancient being beneath, the manifestation of centuries of youthful magical energy, the embodiment of Hogwarts' more mischievous nature, the dreamer of Christmas feasts and star showers. "Don't catch a knee, Ray!" Peeves screeched, doing a somersault in midair as he dodged Professor McGonagall's attempt to disperse him with a complex wand movement. "Can't catch me!" Yet even in his manic glee there was a moment, so brief that anyone else would have missed it, when the poltergeist paused in his aerial acrobatics and his gaze fell directly on the two first years hiding behind the armor. His usually manic grin softened almost imperceptibly, and he gave them what might have been the faintest of winks before zooming off down the corridor, his cackling fading into the distance. "Knows," Pippa whispered, her eyes wide with surprise. "He actually knows we found his nap spot." Milo nodded, equally astonished. "And he's okay with it? I thought he'd be furious if anyone discovered his secret." "Maybe he's okay with it because we didn't tell anyone," Pippa suggested as they emerged from behind the armor and continued on their way to Transfiguration. "Or maybe what? Maybe he gets lonely sometimes," she said thoughtfully. "I mean, think about it. He's been here for centuries, watching students come and go. Ghosts at least can have proper conversations with people, but Peeves just pulls pranks and makes noise. That's not really the same as connecting with someone." Milo considered this as they climbed the moving staircase toward the Transfiguration classroom. "So you think he doesn't mind us knowing his secret because it means someone understands him a little better?" "Something like that," Pippa agreed. "Everyone likes to be seen for who they really are, even poltergeists who throw water balloons." Over the weeks that followed, they visited Peeves' sanctuary several more times, always during the quiet hour when the house elves took their afternoon rest and the kitchen was still. The shimmering portal appeared for them without fail, as if the castle had indeed decided to trust them with this particular secret. Each visit revealed new aspects of the sleeping poltergeist dreams. Sometimes the illusions were predictably chaotic, tiny suits of armor chasing each other with swords, miniature fireworks exploding in rainbow bursts, diminutive Quidditch players zooming around on toothpick-sized broomsticks, deliberately colliding with each other. But other dreams revealed a different side of Peeves. Gentle snowfalls of silver and gold, a tiny replica of the Hogwarts Express chugging peacefully through the air, delicate flowers blooming and releasing puffs of colored smoke that formed shapes like clouds in a summer sky. Once, they arrived to find the Grey Lady already there, her translucent form hovering near the floating nest, her expression unusually soft as she watched the sleeping poltergeist. She acknowledged their presence with a nod but did not speak, and they settled quietly on the floor, respecting the peaceful silence of the chamber. That day, Peeves's dream illusions were particularly intricate, a miniature version of Hogwarts itself, perfect in every detail from the soaring towers to the rippling lake where a tiny giant squid lazily waved its tentacles. Tiny figures moved through this dream castle, and Milo realized with a start that they represented the ghosts. The Grey Lady drifting through the Ravenclaw Tower, the fat friar cheerfully bouncing through the Great Hall, nearly headless Nick escorting first years to their common room, even the Bloody Baron gliding ominously through the dungeons. And there was Peeves himself, flitting from tower to tower, his movements lacking their usual frenetic energy, instead conveying a sense of belonging, of being part of the castle's eternal life, a necessary component of its magic and meaning. The Grey Lady watched this dream scene with an expression that might almost have been described as tender had it not been so fleeting. When she finally noticed Milo and Pippa studying her, she composed her features back into their usual dignified reserve. "And dreams of home," she said simply, before drifting toward the chamber's wall and passing through it without another word. On their last visit before the Christmas holidays, Milo and Pippa brought small gifts which they carefully placed at the edge of the chamber, directly beneath the floating nest. Milo contributed a joke quill he'd purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezers, which transformed into a rubber chicken when used to write the word examination. Pippa added a small snow globe containing a miniature Hogwarts, which when shaken filled with glittering snow that formed the words "Home Sweet Home" before dissolving back into swirling flakes. "Do you think he'll know they're from us?" Pippa asked as they arranged the gifts. "I think so," Milo replied. "Even if he doesn't, maybe it will make him happy to know that someone cares enough to leave him presents." Above them, Peeves continued his peaceful slumber, his dreams manifesting as a gentle rain of colorful bubbles that burst into tiny musical notes when they drifted too close to the chamber's walls. His snores had taken on a melodic quality, almost like a lullaby, creating a soothing background to the bubble notes' random symphony. As they prepared to leave, both feeling the bitter-sweet pang of their last visit before the long holiday break, they noticed something new. Hanging from the edge of Peeves' floating nest, dangling from a piece of frayed ribbon, was a small, silver bell. It hadn't been there on their previous visits, and its presence seemed deliberate, intentional. "Should we—" Milo gestured toward it uncertainly. Pippa hesitated, then nodded. "I think it's meant for us, like an invitation." Very gently, Milo reached up and tapped the bell with his fingertip. It rang with a sound that seemed too large and complex for its size. Not a simple chime, but a chord, rich and multifaceted, reverberating through the chamber with unexpected depth. Above them, Peeves stirred slightly in his sleep, but did not wake. Instead, his dream illusions shifted, the colorful bubbles coalescing into a new scene, a perfect miniature replica of the very chamber they stood in, complete with tiny versions of themselves looking up at a floating nest where a diminutive Peeves slept peacefully. "It's like dreams within dreams," Pippa whispered, watching the recursive illusion with wonder. "Or memories within dreams," Milo suggested. "I think he's dreaming about us visiting him." The idea was unexpectedly touching, that their presence in this sanctuary had made enough of an impression on the poltergeist to become part of his dreams, incorporated into the tapestry of memories that sustained him during his rest. "We'll come back after the holidays," Pippa promised, speaking to the sleeping Peeves as if he could hear her. "And we'll never tell anyone about this place. It's your secret, and now it's ours too." The bell continued to ring softly, its complex chord gradually fading into a gentle hum that matched the rhythm of Peevy's breathing. As they left the chamber for the last time that term, both first years felt a curious mixture of emotions. The joy of shared secrets, the wonder of discovering unexpected depth in a being they had previously seen as one-dimensional, and the quiet pride of having been trusted with something precious and private. Out in the corridor, as the shimmering portal deposited them back in the kitchen, where house elves were now busily preparing for dinner, Milo and Pippa exchanged smiles of understanding. They had come to Hogwarts expecting magic in the form of spells and potions, flying broomsticks and transformations, and they had found all of that, certainly, but they had also discovered a different, deeper kind of magic. The magic of connection, of seeing beyond surfaces, of understanding that even the most chaotic beings have moments of peace, and even the most mischievous spirits need sanctuary. As they made their way back to their common room, they happened to pass nearly headless Nick floating in the corridor, looking somewhat harried. "Have either of you seen Peeves?" the Gryffindor ghost asked them. "He's been suspiciously absent all afternoon, and whenever that happens, it usually means he's planning something particularly disruptive." Milo and Pippa exchanged quick glances before Pippa answered with perfect truthfulness, if not complete disclosure, "No, Sir Nicholas, we haven't seen him around at all." The ghost sighed, his head wobbling precariously. "Well, do keep an eye out. With the Christmas holidays approaching, he tends to get even more mischievous than usual. Last year, he replaced all the baubles on the Great Hall Christmas trees with enchanted water bombs that sang rude carols when they exploded. "And sounds creative," Milo offered diplomatically. Nearly headless Nick snorted, an impressive feat for someone who didn't actually breathe. "Creative is one word for it. Chaotic and thoroughly unnecessary would be others." He drifted off down the corridor, still muttering about poltergeists and their destructive tendencies. Once he was out of earshot, Pippa and Milo burst into quiet laughter. "If he only knew," Pippa giggled. "Peeves isn't plotting anything right now. He's just taking a well-deserved nap. And dreaming about Christmas," Milo added with a smile. "Though I wouldn't be surprised if he does have some holiday pranks planned for later." "Probably," Pippa agreed. "But now we know there's more to him than just chaos. There's balance." As they said the password and entered their common room, they carried with them the warmth of their secret knowledge that even in a place as magical and well explored as Hogwarts, there were still hidden wonders to discover, that even the most seemingly simple beings could contain multitudes, that dreams, whether human or poltergeist, revealed truths that waking hours concealed, and perhaps most importantly, that every form of magic, even the wildest and most chaotic, sometimes needed a quiet place to simply be, to rest, to dream of belonging and home, and the simplest, most profound magic of all, the magic of being truly seen and accepted, exactly as one is. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire, and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.